Selangor to this day remains a leading contributor to the national GDP. The state continues to attract high-quality direct investment in the manufacturing and service sectors, which is testament to the significant role Selangor plays in the growth of Malaysia's economy.
Selangor boasts geographical merits that work to businesses' advantage. This complemented with top-notch infrastructures, conducive business environment, and access to the biggest talent pool of skilled workforce in Malaysia, positioning Selangor as the most ideal destinations for investments.
Selangor as a state will focus on 5 core industry clusters that have been identified as the key drivers with the highest potential to promote economic growth. By establishing a strong industrial foundation, we want to create a more vibrant, complementing service sector summarized by our guiding principle, manufacturing-based but service-driven.
This will heavily impact the way we do businesses, especially ones within the 5 core clusters, namely food and beverages, electronics and electrical, machineries and equipment, life sciences, and transport equipment.
Selangor, as you know, is the most advanced state in Malaysia, and they have 2 airports, Subang and Sepang, and they have actually most developed infrastructure as well.
In Selangor itself, I think close to 55% of the total aerospace companies in Malaysia are represented in Selangor, and at the same time, there are about 30% of the total international aerospace companies represented in Selangor as well.
We have seen biotechnology development taking place in Malaysia. We have a very good talent pool in Selangor state. We see a number of talent coming in from other states. In this area as well, Selangor has got an upper hand.
And also the very capable staff that we are able to source here locally, speaking many different languages that can be utilized when we send them out throughout the region.
There are many supporting facilities like utility and electricity is very good for us, and also government authority in Selangor is very friendly to the business.
And we are right next to the port because 60% of our revenue comes from export. So this is a very, very strategic location for us, and today we export to over 40 countries around the world.
Invest Selangor is at the forefront of the mission to realize Selangor's aspirations as the economic powerhouse of Malaysia. We actively support industrial transformations by bridging investors as well as ventures to what Selangor has to offer as an investment destination.
Invest Selangor will continue to play a key role in promoting Selangor to potential investors from both the local and international business communities.
With Invest Selangor leading the charge, I have no doubt that Selangor will be the next global trade center in the same league as its counterparts across the globe.
AsBAA is a one-stop center for the aerospace industry within the state of Selangor. It connects key stakeholders who would also be able to count on AsBAA for support in advancing their businesses in Selangor.
Selangor, as you know, is the most advanced state in Malaysia, and they have actually most developed infrastructure as well.
In Selangor itself, I think close to 55% of the total aerospace companies in Malaysia, and at the same time, there are about 30% of the total international aerospace companies represented in Selangor as well.
There's a very abundant pool of skilled workforce, and also for us to be able to scale up, we need to be able to access this talent pool.
The availability of engineers is all available in the state of Selangor, so it makes sense that we actually set up our operations in Selangor.
Selangor have a 10-year aerospace action plan, so then we know that we would get the support that we needed. So it's a great ecosystem here happening in Selangor.
With the combined expertise, experience and resources of both AsBAA and Invest Selangor, I believe in our collective strength to deliver on this promise.
2, 1, V1 rotation. Les départs, s'il vous plaît, c'est bien 40
The award-winning Symmetry Flight Deck is the most innovative and intuitive flight deck in Gulfstream history. Designed by pilots for pilots, it features advanced technology not available on any other business aircraft, taking safety and efficiency to new heights and redefining the flying experience. Active control side sticks, a first in civil aviation, operate in synchronicity to achieve a new level of safety by significantly enhancing tactile and visual feedback between the pilots and the plane. 10 high-resolution touchscreens dramatically reduce switch count to streamline the pilot interface, seamlessly allow for
Honourable Robert Samwat, Chairman of the National Transportation Safety Board, Captain Chester Wu, CEO of Civil Aviation Authority Malaysia Chaham, Mr. Wu Zhendong, Chairman of the ASEAN Business Aviation Association, AsBAA, Ms. Aida Ismail, Governor and Chairperson for AsBAA Malaysia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning to everyone. First of all, I would like to thank AsBAA for kindly inviting me to say a few words at your inaugural Business Aviation Safety Forum held in Malaysia. I congratulate you on this significant milestone, and we are honored to be part of your historic event. The Ministry of Transport's participation in this forum aims to underscore the government's commitment towards the growing business aviation and general aviation community in Malaysia, while ensuring that safety considerations remain at the forefront. Let me also take this opportunity to specially thank Chairman Samwat for making the time to be with us despite the late night hour in Washington now. Thank you very much. To start, I wish to applaud AsBAA as a non-profit member of the International Business Aviation Council IBAC and affiliated with the National Business Aviation Association USA and ABAA for recently registering its Malaysian chapter with the Registrar of Societies at the end of 2020 under the name Business Aviation Association. This bodes well for Malaysian general and business aviation as it allows members of this community in Malaysia more access to AsBAA's significant resources via their membership in the Malaysian chapter. I hope that AsBAA continues your good work as a platform for communication and activities on key issues related to BA and GA. Do your best to keep the community up to date on issues and matters related to airport access, regulation, policy, safety, and human capital development. Your network is a valuable resource for sharing knowledge and experience to the AsBAA community. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that CAM, under the leadership of CEO Captain Chester Wu, will be able to keep AsBAA informed on the latest standards and safety issues that affect the BA and GA industry. I believe their recommendations would do much to keep the industry flourishing, vibrant, and grow to new heights that reflects a robust economy. Likewise, do cooperate closely with CAM as an industry partner so that together we can discuss and think of a new way to develop the industry and keep it flying high and safe. As much as we can see that GA and BA as an industry is taking off, we must not forget to stay grounded on the most important issue of all, safety, awareness, and compliance. A few days ago, Subang Airport was the site of a rather life-threatening incident where an Airbus helicopter was forced to crash land. Fortunately, no lives were lost, but the pilot and one other passenger sustained injuries and were given medical attention. This unfortunate incident came after two more incidents in just 6 months, with one crash claiming the lives of 2 people in Taman Melawati in Kuala Lumpur. In the light of these incidents, it was imperative for CAM to quickly organize a mandatory safety briefing for all local helicopter operators, maintenance organizations, and helicopter pilots operator in Malaysia. This safety awareness exercise will cover safety management, training, hazard identification, and safety risk assessment, and factors to be considered in safety management for everyone, including small organizations. In the same light, we want to see more aviation operators conduct regular safety seminars and briefings to make safety awareness and compliance as ingrained culture. Safety must not be optional to using and enjoying private aviation. Customers and clients must also be reminded regularly to comply with safety procedures for their reassurance and also to preserve confidence in Malaysia's BA and GA industry as a whole. This is why this forum is a timely one, because we all must remember to make safety paramount in our operation and corporate culture. Even a mantra as simple as, if you want to check it, check. If you have checked it, check and check it again, cannot be understated. Many lives depend on this simple rule. Ladies and gentlemen, we all understand that COVID-19 has battled aviations in all forms. Business aircraft arrivals and departures at Subang Airport in January and February this year were just under 300, compared with an average of 1,500 in 2020 and over 1,700 in 2019. But I believe that GA and BA in Malaysia is on the path for recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic and government rollout of the vaccines. We expect to vaccinate 500,000 people in phase 1, 9.4 million people in the second phase this year, and 13.7 million people into 2022. In the meantime, start working together and with the civil aviation authorities to take this time to review all aspects of safety and business so that you will be poised to get right track into the game as the economy recovers. Congratulations once again to AsBAA Malaysia on your inaugural Business Aviation Safety Virtual Forum. I wish all the delegates and participants insightful and fruitful deliberation in these 2 days. Let us all reaffirm our commitment to safety as Ministry is committed to ensuring public safety in the aviation industry through effective collaboration, regulations, enforcement, and safety promotions. Thank you.
Anthony Lamb, thank you for introducing me. And I'd like to thank Dr. Siri, Dr. Wee Kong Song, and Captain Chester Vu. It is a wonderful honor to be able to be with you this morning, and thank you very much. So I want to talk about professionalism and safety culture. They are two issues that are very important to me, but let me say that I was in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, in 1993 for the Flight Safety Foundation meeting that was hosted by Malaysia Airlines. It was held at the Shangri-La Hotel, and I remember looking out on the skyline and seeing all of the cranes, the construction cranes, because massive construction was going on in Kuala Lumpur. So I know it's changed a lot in the 27 years since I've been there. Good morning, and thank you again. My background is I started in general aviation and flight instructing, and then while I was still in college, I got hired by an organization to fly their business aircraft that they bought brand new. And for a 22-year-old flying a brand new Piper Navajo in 1979 was a lot of fun and a great job for a youngster. I spent about 23 or 24 years as an airline pilot, and then I went back to business aviation. So I certainly understand the advantages and the benefits of business aviation. That's where I cut my teeth. That's really the beginning of my flying and then the end of my flying. And then in 2006, I left business aviation to join the National Transportation Safety Board. So I want to talk to you just a moment about the NTSB. We are an independent federal agency charged by Congress to investigate transportation accidents, to determine the probable cause, and issue safety recommendations to prevent those accidents from happening again. We are similar to the Malaysia Air Accident Investigation Bureau, except for we investigate all modes of transportation. Here's an aviation accident that we've just completed the investigation of, a B-17 bomber that crashed a few years ago, but we also investigate selected rail accidents, selected highway crashes, selected maritime accidents, and even pipeline accidents, because of course we transport. Pipeline is a mode of transportation for valuable commodities such as oil that you might otherwise put on a truck or in a train. So we investigate all modes of transportation. The board is made up of 5 presidential appointees. We're appointed by the President of the United States and confirmed by the United States Senate. Our role is really to provide the oversight over the staff's products. We have a wonderful staff that are experts in various fields. So that's what we do. But today, as I mentioned, I want to talk to you about 2 things: professionalism and safety culture. This is a standby attitude indicator from a Cessna Citation that crashed a number of years ago. It crashed in that attitude. So I ask, as it relates to professionalism, are you maintaining the right attitude? This is another one. This was a regional jet on a ferry flight a few years ago. And the pilots were just the 2 of them on board, and they thought that they would take the airplane up to 41,000 feet to see how it would perform. But unfortunately, they allowed the airplane to stall. It had an upset that it basically fell from 41,000 down to about 35,000 feet before they recovered. Got the airplane under control again, but unfortunately, both engines had quit and were damaged so severely from the compressor stalls. And they were unable to get the engine started because they were actually damaged. And what the NTSB commented on, we said the pilot's unprofessional behavior, their deviation from standard operating procedures, and poor airmanship which resulted in an in-flight emergency from which they were unable to recover. The pilot's unprofessional behavior. And that's really what we're talking about. I want to switch for a moment and talk about what appears to be a very impressive operation. This was an organization. It was an airplane owned by a very wealthy individual. He employed a full-time crew. I think the chief pilot had been in the organization, had been there for 27 or 28 years. The first officer had been there for 11 or 12 years. And the flight attendant had been with the organization for 16 years. So I think that tells you a lot right there, that it must be a very impressive organization, because as you know, in business aviation, people tend to move around a lot. But the fact that the chief pilot had been there for nearly 30 years, the first officer for over 10 years, and the flight attendant for 16, that tells me something right there. They had what was described as an impeccable maintenance. They had very high training standards. They paid a lot of money for their training, for a leading training provider. They went above the minimum standards, and they had very good positive audit comments. There was a positive audit comments from their last audit from AsBAA, the international standard for business aircraft operations. It's a certification standard, if you will. When the auditor was there 2 years ago, he said the SMS, the safety management system of this operator, is well developed. Best practices are consistently employed in all facets of the program. Continuous SMS improvement is actively pursued. The flight operations manual, it is remarkably well written and comprehensive. The safety culture within the department is shared among all team members. The open reporting of hazards is consistently encouraged by management. It's a solid safety program which is maturing nicely. So this is what the auditor found 2 years ago. And this, so let's see. But unfortunately, this is how that crew and that airplane ended up claiming 7 lives in 2014. It ran off the end of a runway and crashed and spanned this small river and burned up. Everybody on the airplane perished. So what did we find? What we did find is that the crew did not release the gust lock before attempting to fly. And we know that's not a good situation. And we also know that the throttle should not be able to be advanced beyond, as you know, the throttles would tend to be locked, so you can't push them up very far if the gust lock is still on. But we found problems with that the gust lock, the interface between the throttles and the gust lock system did not meet the certification standards. So they were able to push the power up a lot further than anyone expected. They apparently did not do a flight control check, because otherwise they would have determined that the gust lock was still engaged. We heard none of the 5 manufacturer specified checklists, they were not verbalized on the accident flight. But not only did we find that, but we found that no complete flight control check was conducted for 173 out of the past 175 flights. Imagine that, 173 flights. They did not conduct a complete flight control check. Now, I may have, somewhere along the line, forgotten to do a flight control check, but if I did, it was certainly not intentional. I would say if you're failing to do something 175 times or 173 times, it's not an inadvertent, or they just happen to forget it. So I'm going to show you the video. This is just an animation, I should say. So they engage the auto throttles. The auto throttles push them up to the stop of where the gust lock interface was keeping them from going. You'll notice that they did get about 1.4 or 1.5 EPR. I think the target EPR was 1.7 on this. They're going down the runway. They noticed that they couldn't get something going. They reach V1. Here's when they attempt to rotate. One of the pilots says, steer lock on. And he says it, let's see how many times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times. 6 times. The steer lock is on, steer lock is on, steer lock is on. Now they've only used up 1,000 meters of runway at this point. It's a 2,400 meter, it's about a 2,200 meter runway, about 7,000 foot long runway. So they had plenty of distance that they could have performed a rejected takeoff at this point. But instead of doing that, they're wasting valuable runway trying to pull the flight power shutoff valve, the FPSOV. There was an old trick that if your gust lock was on, if it had hydraulics, you could not release the gust lock. But if you cut off the hydraulic valve, cut off the hydraulic shutoff valve, then you could sometimes release the gust lock. So they're going down the runway, they're attempting to pull this instead of rejecting the takeoff. When they get to this point, they finally apply the brakes and don't hit reversers until they're well into the overrun. Let's watch this quick animation.
As the airplane taxied onto the runway, the flight crew discussed the blue rudder limit advisory message consistent with the gust lock still engaged. After the brakes were released, the throttles were advanced manually until they reached a restriction which corresponded to an engine pressure ratio of about 1.4. The auto throttles were engaged. The second in command called out that the airplane had reached a speed of 80 knots. The second in command stated the airplane had reached takeoff decision speed, V1. One of the pilots activated the flight power shutoff valve, likely in an attempt to release the gust lock. Brake pressure started to rise. The thrust reversers were deployed. The airplane collided with runway lighting and a localizer antenna and passed through the airport's perimeter fence before coming to rest in a ravine formed by the Shawsheen River. The main wreckage came to rest about 850 feet past the end of the paved runway overrun and was destroyed by a post-crash fire.
So the question, the NTSB, the 5 of us, voted on this when it came to us, and we determined that the probable cause of the crash was the flight crew member's failure to perform the flight control check before takeoff. Their attempt to take off with the gust lock system engaged, and their delayed execution of a rejected takeoff after they became aware that the controls were locked. And contributing to the accident were the flight crew's habitual non-compliance with the checklist. Habitually not complying with the checklist. And also a gust lock / throttle interlock system that did not meet certification standards. And Tom Huff from Gulfstream will be here later this morning, and I think Tom may well talk about this crash. And Tom, I want you to see, I've got the G650 model right over here that I bought when I came and visited you at Gulfstream a few years ago. Now, the big question is, why would an experienced flight crew perform this way? Again, they had a good record. The captain, the chief pilot was known to be a very sharp person. He attended safety conferences. Why would he perform this way? And our accident report said that when flight crew members perform a routine check repeatedly over a long period of time and never encounters an example of its effectiveness as a safety protection, they may experience a decreased perception of the check's importance. In other words, you get so used to doing a check. When was the last time that you did a flight control check and you found a problem? Perhaps never. And so you do this check over and over and over, and you don't see that any problem ever, that you ever detect a problem. So then you effectively experience a decreased perception of the check's importance. And so the rest of the report in this section says, as a result, they may begin to skip the check and reallocate their efforts towards other goals that they regard as more important. And such change can lead to the development of new group norms about what is expected and an increasing mismatch between the written guidance and the actual operating practice. And this increasing mismatch has been described as procedural drift. Procedural drift. Now, I know these slides will be posted on this presentation will be posted on the AsBAA website, and I will also post these slides on the NTSB's website. You know, another term that I would say, instead of just saying procedural drift, I would say another term is complacency, where we become smug. We forget the importance of a danger that is lurking right there. And so I think complacency has something to do with it. And so I'm going to ask you, when we go into the cockpit voice recorder lab at the NTSB, how does it sound when people are joking and laughing? Well, I'll tell you how it sounds. Now, I realize that we don't always want to be uptight when we're flying. We want to be relaxed. We want to be professional. We want to follow the book. But there's a line there where you can take it too far and be too casual and too relaxed. So how does it sound? I've heard jokes from pilots who are about to die, and when I listen to them in this room, I don't think that the jokes are that funny. Now, here was a crash, a CFIT crash that happened several years ago, and the pilots basically flew a Jetstream 31 into the ground on a night while conducting a non-precision approach. Now, it was a Jetstream. Now, you know there's not a hard partition between the cockpit and the passenger cabin. This was an airline flight, and the passengers were in the back, and they were laughing. They're going home. You know, they were jovial. They were laughing. And so the pilots made this comment to themselves. You know, they're going to act like they're going to open up the curtain and say to the passengers, you know, I think you're going to need to shut the blank up. Now, I don't know what that hashtag means when I say shut the blank up, but I can imagine what that word would have been. You know, would love to just poke my head around and say, you know, ladies and gentlemen, we've thought about it. It's unanimous up here. We've come to the conclusion that you should all shut the blank up. I'm sure they thought it was funny as all daylights. And a few seconds later, they crashed that Jetstream into the ground and killed just about everyone on board, including themselves. Now, I once met the sister-in-law of the captain of this flight, and I was talking about this flight, and she said, you know, he was a great guy. We all loved him. But this is what he's going to be remembered for, not what a great guy that he was. This is a Learjet that crashed going into New York a few years ago. You can see actually a security camera video still frame just at the moment that this airplane is crashing into the ground. It was just two pilots on board. I'm sorry they lost their lives. The flight itself was only about 27 minutes, just from Philadelphia to New York. And in 27 minutes, I think there were over 130 cuss words, very obscene words, heard on that cockpit voice recorder. Now, I'll admit, I don't always use language, unfortunately, that my mother would be proud of, but to have 130 obscene words in a 28-minute flight. So he says, you see the hashtags here, much something better. You know, here's another one, here's another one, here's another one, here's another one. You can see here in one sentence, he says an obscene word 1, 2, 3, 4 times in one sentence. So how does it sound? It doesn't sound real good. So how do we predict a future of safety culture? What is safety culture? This is a crash that we investigated, a helicopter, air ambulance flight that happened 2 years ago. And what we determined when we ruled on this accident was survival flight. The company's poor safety culture likely influenced the accident pilot's decision to conduct the accident flight. So what is? Here's another one. This was another search and rescue flight a few years ago, and we said contributing to the accident was an organizational culture that prioritized mission execution over aviation safety. Prioritized mission safety, mission execution over aviation safety. So what is safety culture? It's a term that we hear a lot. What is it? Here's a term from the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, and I like this term. It says safety culture is the core values and behaviors resulting from a collective commitment by leaders and individuals to emphasize safety over competing goals to ensure the protection of people and the environment. It's a collective commitment, not just by the pilots, not just by the mechanics, not just by the union employees, not just by management. It's a commitment by everybody in the organization that they share that commitment to safety. And another thing, that they emphasize safety over competing goals. Now, I realize that there's competing goals. I lived with that for many years as an airline pilot. On-time performance was important to the airline. Passenger service was important to us. We wanted good customer service. All of these things are important, but safety has to always have a seat at the table to ensure that safety is emphasized over those competing goals. So I'm going to ask you early in the morning in Malaysia, do you have a good safety culture? Think about that just for a second. Do you have a good safety culture? I hope you do, but the renowned professor, Dr. James Reason, and I know that if you've been to safety conferences, you always see the Reason model, the Swiss cheese model. Dr. Reason has written and written and written about organizational accidents, and he says it's worth pointing out that if you're convinced that your organization has a good safety culture, you are almost certainly mistaken. And he goes on to say that a safety culture is something that is striven for, but rarely attained. And it's the process. It's the process that's more important than the product. So what do you think he's saying? Well, I think he's saying that, yes, we hope you have a good safety culture, but first of all, it's never something that it's not either you're there or you're not. It's a journey. It's something that you're constantly striving for each and every day. And so it's the process, the fact that you're striving for it each day that is more important than getting there, because there is no there. Once you think you're there, you get complacent. A good friend of mine, in fact, I talked to him today, Dr. Jim Schultz, or good friend Jim Schultz. Jim has written a book on safety culture, and he was an F-4 pilot in the Air Force. And he's written, like I say, a couple of books on safety and safety culture. And Jim says that good can be bad. With good safety performance, people and organizations can easily become complacent. Don't ever believe that a lack of accidents means that you are safe. because to counter the complacency, there must be a leadership obsession with continuous improvement. After I left the airline in 2004, I ran a Fortune 500 flight department for 2 years before joining the NTSB. And I would wake up sometimes at 3 o'clock in the morning in just a cold sweat because I was thinking about something. Oh my gosh, I can't let that happen in our organization. And that's the leadership obsession that we're talking about. We don't want people to ever get too comfortable. So in the next few minutes, let me just leave you with perhaps a few tips to avoid something that looks like this. Take the words NTSB for National Transportation Safety Board, and each of those letters stands for something. The N stands for negative publicity avoidance. The pilot who crashed this DC-9 a few years ago in Charlotte, North Carolina, he was an F-16 pilot, had all types of air medals, but he made a mistake. We all make mistakes. And his point was, he said, you never know on which flight your career will be judged. It's like the pilot I mentioned flying the jet stream. He was a great guy, known as a great pilot, but how do people remember him? They remember him for the crash that he was in because he was goofing off, laughing about the passengers, and not paying attention. This one here, yes, they made mistakes, they encountered wind shear, but this pilot's comment, and he survived, 37 passengers died. You never know on which flight your career will be judged. Some people say you're only as good as your last flight. Well, that may be true, but I always looked at it this way. You're only as good as your next flight. So keep that in mind. Do you want your name on the front page of the paper? Warning, pilot error. Pilot's act may have led to the crash. I always tried to think about this. If you were in a crash, or if I was in a crash, how would the NTSB look at it? What would they say? How would your friends, what would they think? This picture happens to be taken. Many of you have probably been there, the Raffles Bar in Singapore. My cousin here lives in Singapore, and yes, we were doing what friends do when they get together. I was not flying the next day. But what would your friends say if you were to be in an accident? What would your neighbor say if that quiet little street that you lived on looked like this with satellite trucks camped outside? And most importantly, what would your family think? I always tried to think about that, knowing that there was a cockpit voice recorder listening to everything that I said. I always thought about that because I didn't want my wife and my daughter listening or hearing or reading about how unprofessional I was. The T stands for take the most conservative approach. You know, when you've got to make a decision, I was a young captain. I made captain with a major airline at 27 years old. The good news is I was a young captain. The bad news was I was a young captain. I didn't have a whole lot of experience before I sat in the left seat. I spent the first year or two of my career with the airline as a flight engineer, and then about 600 hours in the right seat of a Boeing 727, and now all of a sudden I'm the one with the 4 stripes. But one thing that helped me through was this right here. If I've got to make a decision, take the most conservative approach. Should I de-ice or don't de-ice? I've heard people say, oh, it's just a little bit of ice. I'm thinking, yeah, but people crash because of a little bit of ice on the wings. If you got to decide, should I divert or should I continue? Or should I add more fuel or should I risk a min-fuel landing? When you're faced with the decision, just take the conservative approach. it will usually keep you out of the sticks. And the S, it stands for SOP adherence, adhering to standard operating procedures. When I was at the Flight Safety Foundation conference in 1993 in Kuala Lumpur, Earl Weiner, who was at Boeing at the time, he later became an NTSB board member and served honorably with me on the board until about 2 years ago. But Earl Weiner from Boeing and his team presented this paper, which I thought was excellent. Granted, this is a study that was done in 1993, but it makes a lot of sense. Boeing studied 138 accidents over a 10-year period that claimed almost 5,700 lives. And for each of those accidents, they said, what could have prevented this crash? And I want you to see what is the top factor, the top accident prevention strategy, the pilot flying adherence to procedures. Almost half of those crashes could have been prevented if the pilot flying had adhered to procedures. And the third top factor, accident prevention strategy, was to have the pilot not flying, the pilot monitoring, adhering to procedures. Now, another way of looking at that is that once you start deviating from procedures, you're more predicted to have an accident. Look at it this way. What we found from line operations safety audit data. Now, this is where you put a trained observer on the cockpit jump seat and go out and observe. And by looking over thousands and thousands of flights, the LOSA data revealed that compared to crews who followed SOPs, the crew members who intentionally deviated from procedures, they averaged making 3 times more errors, they mismanaged more errors, and they found themselves in more bad situations in the airplane, like runway incursions or unstabilized approaches or altitude deviations. So let's think about this. The crews who intentionally deviated from SOPs averaged making 3 times more errors than those crews who did not intentionally deviate from the SOPs. And the mismanagement of errors, hey, I make plenty of mistakes and have made plenty of mistakes. But it's how we manage those errors that count. If I'm about to bust my altitude because I'm climbing at too high of a rate of climb, and I'm about to go through that assigned altitude, but the guy sitting next to me, the guy or the woman sitting next to me says, hey, Robert, wait a minute. You've got to level off here at 10,000 feet. That's what counts. We're all going to make mistakes. So it's how we manage those errors that matters. Follow SOPs. It will help keep you out of trouble. And finally, the B in NTSB stands for be professional. What is a professional? Well, in my mind, I found an article just 2 weeks ago. We're cleaning up the house, and I found an article that I wrote in 1976 about professionalism. And what is a professional? It's a mindset. It's how you think about things. It's a precise checklist usage, precise call-outs, precise compliance with the SOPs and regulations, staying abreast with the current knowledge and skills, keeping in the books so you can stay current, and the ability or the willingness to say, I don't know, or I'm wrong, because you want to encourage the person next to you to be able to give you information that he or she may not otherwise give you. So professionalism is just simply doing the right things, even when no one is watching. So think about that. NTSB, this will help keep you out of trouble. Negative publicity avoidance. Take the most conservative approach. SOPs, follow them, and be a professional. So here's a free lesson. From a crash, I went to this crash. It was a UPS freighter going in early in the morning. They crashed. You can see the runway out there. Both pilots, unfortunately, lost their lives. And here's a very profound statement. learn from the mistakes of others. You won't live long enough to make them all yourself. So with that, I bid you safe flying, and it's a pleasure to be with you. Remember, what is your attitude? Is it professional? And are you striving every day to maintain a safety culture? So with that, I'm going to quit sharing my screen, and I believe we may have just a few minutes for a few questions. Thank you, the participants. The first question is, does the NTSB have any program in place for improving professionalism among people in the industry? We at the NTSB are really an accident investigation agency. So our role is to investigate and then issue safety recommendations for how to improve those problems. We have made numerous recommendations and we've held a forum on professionalism, and it's really up to now. It's now up to the FAA and the industry to move forward with our recommendations. So I think it is hopefully through venues like we have here where we can get the word out and tell people about the horrendous things that we're seeing through crashes that might help. But we ourselves are not directly involved in implementing the solution. It's up to our recommendation recipients to actually move forward on those. Now, here's another great question. How do you see the impact of SMS in ensuring professionalism? As we know, safety management systems, there are several components of that, one of which is you have to have a safety policy. That's important. If you've got the safety policy, which I also think of not just the safety policy, but all of the policies and procedures and guidelines. So first, you've got to have good policies and procedures and guidelines in place. Then you need to make sure that people are following them. So that would be part of the safety assurance component. But the safety risk management, whereby we're looking for risk, I think we're taking our hazards, and we're assessing the level of risk associated with those hazards, and then putting mitigation strategies in place to mitigate or to minimize the chances of that risk having bad consequences. Also, through safety assurance, you are doing a couple of things. You are seeing if people are actually following procedures. Some airlines, some companies, as you know, have flight data monitoring programs, which I think that if this Gulfstream operator did have a flight data monitoring program, they would have seen that people, the pilots, were not following, were not doing the full flight control check before each flight. In fact, ironically, that's how we learned what this operator had been doing. The previous owner of the Gulfstream equipped the aircraft so that it would be capable of flight data monitoring. So when we found that recorder, we were able to go back and look at all of the previous 175 flights. Unfortunately, that operator, the operator involved in the crash, was not taking advantage of the flight data monitoring program. So I think that those are a couple of ways that a safety management system can help ensure compliance. And in my opinion, there's a direct linkage between compliance and professionalism. And finally, another question. Can you please tell us who in an organization that should take leadership in promoting the safety culture of the organization? And I think there's a little bit more in that if I can scroll down. Is it the pilots, the managers, or even up to someone higher? Well, I firmly believe that the safety culture must absolutely start at the top of the organization. I've often said that safety culture starts at the top of an organization and permeates throughout the entire organization. If you don't have people at the top that are fostering, encouraging that safety culture, then you're not going to be very successful with it. So I think that the senior management has to embrace it, and then it has to be embraced by everyone else in the organization. So with that, Anthony, I don't think that there are any more questions in the chat, and I think I'm a little bit over time at this point anyway, because I know that Captain Chester Vu, who of course is the CEO of the Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, is up next. And I personally can't wait to hear his comments, even though we happen to be, I'll have to put on my pajamas because it's 11 o'clock at night here. But I do look forward. It looks like you've got a great lineup for today as well as for tomorrow. And Tom Huff of Gulfstream, of course, he's on the time zone as I am. He'll be presenting basically at 2 o'clock in the morning. But he and I are both very passionate about promoting safety. So it's an honor to be here. Thank you so much for having me.
Expectation for the industry, ensuring safe operation by Captain Chester Vu, CEO of Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia. Captain Chester Vu is joining us from Malaysia. Captain Vu, whenever you are ready, the floor is yours, sir.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Chester Wu from Civil Aviation Authority Malaysia. First of all, I'd like to thank the previous speakers, Yang Berhormat Datuk Sri Wikasyong, our Minister of Transport, and also the Honourable Mr. Robert Samwa. Thank you very much. Both speeches and also openings has been very inspirational for me as well. It's always a learning process. Whether we are in the industry or as a regulator, it's a continuous learning process. Now, today, I wanted to talk a little bit, I'll go straight to the point. I wanted to talk a little bit about expectations for the industry from the authority, the regulator, in ensuring that we continue to operate safe. Now, I'd like to reiterate here that it's very important that I'm sure we all know, listening to Mr. Robert earlier and even Datuk Sri Wee, if you notice, we have consistently maintained that safety is a state of awareness. It's about how much we want to achieve that safe state. Let's take a few steps back a little bit. You notice that no pilot, no crew, no operations person, no maintenance engineer wakes up in the morning intending to have an accident. It never starts that way. The happenings of an accident basically starts from small things that we overlooked, be it either by complacency in terms of maintenance, in terms of flight operation procedures, most likely started from complacency or underestimating a situation. Now, how can we avoid that? What is the regulator's expectation from the industry? Firstly, we need to keep ourselves abreast with the latest. We need to keep reading. As much as we are experienced and good operators, that we know exactly what we're doing and we are competent, we're fully checked out, yes, that's the minimum required. We got to keep reading. We have to know what are the latest directives. We have to know what are the latest safety procedures. We need to keep ourselves very updated with what the industry is doing. More so now with the COVID-19, where conditions are ever changing. So there are challenges in the industry right now because of COVID-19. Among them will be basically the lack of currency. The more the need to actually read up, prepare. Pre-flight briefing is a very important matter that sometimes we overlook, we will especially get complacent when we fly with crew that we are very familiar with because we know each other. We're operating out of a familiar airport. So naturally, we are so comfortable with the operating scenario. Now, this is where accidents can happen. This is where we need to be extra vigilant. Notice that when we fly into an unknown airport, or rather a new airport, we tend to pay extra attention of where things are, locations, and also approach procedures. Whereas when we come into a familiar airport, we tend to be extremely relaxed. We need to turn it the other way around. We actually need to pay very close attention to safety and to detail, especially when we're coming into a place that we are very familiar with. Now, the authority, the regulator CAM, has actually issued new civil aviation directives focused on being 100% ICAO compliant and adapted to Malaysian operation style. So we want to be equal or better in terms of regulation. And most importantly, these regulations are facilitative. So to facilitate the industry, I also like to point out a very important matter. As much as we request to have different ways of inspection, different standards for different kinds of industry, like versus commercial, general aviation, or even the private aviation industry, we have to remember one thing. Regulations, the requirement for inspection and surveillance is not about making life difficult. It's not about making it expensive or restrictive. The most important thing here is we must remember that a passenger or a human being or a person traveling on board an aeroplane, a helicopter, a flying aircraft, it doesn't matter whether it's a huge commercial airline, it's a private helicopter or a private plane or general aviation, commercial charter, it doesn't matter. The lives on board are priceless. They are all worth the same. And the worth is it's simply priceless. So the way the regulator sees it is inspections, regulation, and safety requirements remain the same, regardless of which part of the industry that we're working in. But it doesn't have to be difficult. It means that we all need to read up a little bit more. We need to be current with what's the latest directives. And if there are, at any point of time, if there's difficulty in understanding or deciphering what needs to be done, the regulator is always open and facilitative to guide and also, most importantly, collaborate. I think we all should remember that the regulator will be nothing without the industry. And the industry needs the regulator as well. So it's a teamwork process. And I like to mention on record that we must continue to be collaborative, to work together. Industry, stakeholder, and also opinions are very important and will be heard. But regulations will be upheld, of course, because safety is important. Now, I also like to state a very good question when I actually got in an open forum in the recent safety management awareness briefing that I had for the private and also commercial helicopter industry. One of the prominent industry players asked me, what happens when we report a safety incident or an occurrence? Are we going to be punished? Now, this is very important. Under the state safety program or safety management system, what the regulator wants to promote, and I personally want the industry to know and to hear from me, is that this is a non-punitive approach. Safety management system and safety reporting, occurrence reporting, are non-punitive. Why? There are many factors to why certain things happen. Some can be organizational, some can be accidental, right? But they are also deliberate violations. Now, they all mean a violation happened or an incident happened, but they mean different things. It's like if you deliberately violate, then the rule of law will apply in any case. And the rule of law does not differentiate industry or persons. But the key goal to reporting and why it is non-punitive, it is because we need to learn from past mistakes. A good example was Mr. Robert's presentation earlier on the gas law. Now, an accident happened. There was a very unfortunate loss of life, but we could take this positively because we could learn from this. The key points that we all could have taken away from that really, really comprehensive presentation is that we could have considered now enhancing our pre-flight brief, increasing the requirements for checks. The leaders in the cockpit or in the industry need to mandate that we must do the checklist, no matter how familiar, no matter how many thousands of times we've read the before takeoff checklist, no matter how much we memorize it, it must be read, it must be cross-checked. When I was flying in the industry, I used to tell the people that I flew with, you have to be OCD about safety. You have to pause, you always look, think, and then execute. Can you imagine if we did things the other way around? We executed, then we started to think about it, and then we looked at it. That would be disastrous. So remember, the key message here is look at it, think about it, and then we execute. Now, we all play a very important role in safety, and we actually can do this. It is not difficult. So I like to reiterate again, the regulator, Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, will remain facilitative, very collaborative with the industry. We want to hear you out. We will continue to go down to the ground to engage everybody in the general aviation, private industry, and the airline industry as well, in order to promote safety, a strong safety culture of wanting to do the right thing, even when nobody is watching. This is a very, very important point. It's like not running a red light. Even though there's no policeman, there are no speed cameras, there are no red light cameras, we chose not to run the red light because it was wrong, although the traffic was clear. This is the same approach that we must take for aviation safety. Do the right thing. Even though you memorize the checklist, you could do it without reading it, still take it out, read it, look, think, and then execute. So this is a very important factor in maintaining safety. Also, I would like to state the business aviation industry as well, that CAM, the regulator, will be looking, we have launched actually, we're not looking at it anymore, we have launched a client charter. Although CAM being the regulator, we wanted to approach the industry as not only regulate you, not only provide directives in ensuring compliance and safety, we also wanted to treat you with a lot of respect. So we have launched a client charter where we have stated that when the documents are complete in any of your approval processes, we will now commit to a time that we will do it, because CAM will be very facilitative and communicative. We want to be heard as well, and we will commit to a client charter to give you your approvals, assuming you comply with all requirements and are fully ready and competent to actually attain your approvals in a given time. So I hope that this will encourage more in the private and also GA industry to step up and to actually get approvals. I would like to promote getting the approval for the Malaysian AOC. Come and build and apply for the AOC, hold the AOC and be proud to be an operator that you know when you hold an AOC, you are governed in terms of maintenance, safety, operations, that you are a complete operator. So all this can be done. If you're not sure, come and talk to us. We will assist and facilitate you in achieving things like that. So this will be actually one of the most important things that I hope to achieve soon. I also like to inform everybody that by June, Malaysian Air Traffic Control will have a new center at the new KL ATCC in Sepang. So this is our drive to actually make the airspace more efficient for everybody. Of course, when I say everybody, it includes private, charter, and GA operations as well, including helicopters. We wanted to provide better streamlining of our airspace, better use, and hopefully I'll be able to prove on data that we will reduce waiting time, either on the ground or for departure and approach. So these are very important factors as we strive to achieve efficiency. Efficiency in terms of the industry, being able to reduce fuel burn, being able to fly better direct tracks without infringing any safety issues. So, ladies and gentlemen, and my esteemed colleagues and everybody in the industry, I'd like to thank everybody for this opportunity. It's been a great learning experience for me as well. I have another 8 minutes, so I decided to end it here so that I could take a few questions if you have any. And Civil Aviation Authority looks forward to continuously work with everybody. Great job to AsBAA for organizing this, and I look forward to more safety conferences and more engagement with the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Chester Wu, for a very insightful session. We appreciate your support as always, and we hope that our members and audience learn a few lessons from this. We'll now take a few minutes to field any question from the audience. Yeah, we can start whenever you are ready.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm back again. Okay, there are 4 questions, pretty much similar in nature. I will just answer them now. Thank you for the comment. It says it's heartening to know that CAM's approach to safety is non-punitive. However, does CAM have any plan to address this fundamental human factor issue of non-reporting or afraid of reporting? Yes, we will do this through continuous education. Now, safety culture, SMS, is about continuously educating, whether educating the regulator or the industry. It's about building a culture. Culture takes time to build. It is just like building trust, the ability to earn and gain the trust from the industry that the regulator wants to regulate in terms of safety, but in a grow together, learn together, collaborative approach. Remember, when there are no crashes, when there are no loss of life, we stand to win together. So this is not about punishing, or it is not about doing something wrong and getting away with it. Remember, there are no winners in this. Whenever there's a crash, nobody won. The idea here is to create an environment where we are open enough to talk about things, to make reports so that we can make key changes, most importantly to root causes. We need to find out the root cause of why certain things happen, why there were violations, so that we can fix it from the roots. This is most important. Now, it also says, the next question is, how will CAM address the SMS culture with non-professional pilots in the general aviation sector? Now, it goes back a similar answer to the first one. It's about education. The regulator will go down to the ground to engage stakeholders, especially private pilots and also those in the GA sector, about the importance of following procedures, usage of checklists, doing things the right way even when no one is watching. The idea here is about to want to be safe, not to incite fear, but more to incite a safety culture that all of us want to do the same thing to attain the same result of basically 0 crashes. And there's one more question here that says, hang on, let me scroll down. Okay. What do we do if the employer or if the company actually does not practice safety procedure or force the employee to do something against the safety procedure to cut short and save money? Come and talk to CAM. Like I said, this is not about punishing the reporter or punishing the organization. This is about finding out the root cause. There are many ways to solve a situation, but the goal is so that the organization or the company understands the need for safety. Remember this, ladies and gentlemen, one crash is a lot more expensive. You know, can you imagine this? If all the private operators that did a landing into an airport, if every aircraft came in and on their first approach did a go around, they did a go around because of a safety issue to become more safe and more prepared in the second approach. It's expensive, right? But trust me, ladies and gentlemen, it is still cheaper than just one crash. So the whole idea here is we should not be penny wise, pound foolish. This is very, very important that we all learn. That's why I've always said safety is a culture. It's about education and building this culture. So come and talk to us, and we will work together with the organization or company and also with the operations people. And the last one is, what is our advice for operators operating privately who don't have an AOC? What would be the benefits of obtaining an AOC? Okay, the most clear benefit is you can operate now within your scope of operation in Malaysia freely. The second benefit is that you will now learn the right governance to regulation. Now imagine operating in an environment where you are operating well, you are an experienced operator, but you operate only within the organization or the company's standard operating procedures. Now, you could be infringing a law or a regulation without knowing it. But by having an AOC, you will now have a structured approach into how you govern the maintenance and the flight operations of the airline. It might seem not required if you have small operations or 1 or 2 aircraft, but there are many ways to actually achieve this. There is nothing like having an organization, even if you're private, but having great governance, great safety culture. You might be small now, but I'm sure every private operator would want to be an operator, a company, an organization that everybody wants to join. Imagine the pride of having a Malaysian AOC where you are governed, you are documented, you have great processes. Now, all these are very, very important to have. So my advice is to come and speak to us. start the process to actually achieve your AOC. I know it won't be easy for everyone because adapting from what we do every day in operations to a governed and a structured way of doing things might be difficult, but it never starts out easy. The idea is the end result, and we all need to build a great safety culture. So that's my answer, and I hope I've answered your questions. Thank you very much for the questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, all my friends out there who's watching with us today, thank you for being here with us. Thank you. Without any further question, thank you so much, Captain Chester, for your time and insight, for taking time to answer all those questions. Thank you. We'll now take a minute to get ready for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will be looking at the human factor in ensuring safe operation from Richard Sanford of Mornington Sanford Aviation. Richard, the floor is yours whenever you are ready, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Selamat pagi, Guten Tag, Bonjour, and good morning. Firstly, I'd like to thank the previous presenters, especially Honourable Somewhat and Captain Chester Vu. They made some very poignant points, actually, that during my presentation. I'd also like to thank Ida Ismail and her team for inviting me to join you today. It's a great honor to have the floor in front of such a prestigious gathering. You might have noticed I'm slightly casual, not my normal attire, because I'm presenting this presentation from one of the most beautiful countries, I think, in the world, and that is Sabah, North Borneo. In fact, my current position is just about 2 kilometers south of Tanjung Simpang Mangayau. We have beautiful beaches here, and it's a lovely place for me to isolate myself from the COVID-19 situation. Who am I? My name is Richard Mornington Sanford. I suppose I'm a has-been, really. I'm a retired pilot, a helicopter flight instructor. I specialize in helicopters. I'm an air accident investigator and technical investigator for a prominent helicopter company in America. I also run flight safety courses for pilots. I produce a lot of articles pertaining especially to how to prevent pilots from killing themselves. Because unfortunately, they still think there are new accidents out there, when actually there are no new accidents. We've seen them time and time again. So I think it was honourable somewhat that talked about reading, the culture of reading safety reports. So either issued by the NTSB or in the UK, obviously from where I come from, although I'm not currently there, the AAIB. These reports are, as been said, that you won't live long enough to cover all the problems that pilots have in flight. So best to learn from somebody else. It's a lot safer, and you can do it from your armchair. But when you're reading these reports, it is very easy to think, well, what a stupid thing to do. I would never do something so reckless, ridiculous, etc., etc. Once you start thinking that, you need to just pause somewhat and think, did this pilot go out there and intentionally commit suicide? The chances are, the answer to that is no. So therefore, whatever they did must have made sense to them at the time of the accident. And this is the bit that we need to unravel. What was it that made sense to that pilot at the time for them to lose control of the aircraft? That's the conundrum. And that's what we are going to be looking at during my presentation, or trying to look at during my presentation. Because as you can see on my first slide here, that human factors play a major part in all accidents. I put helicopter accidents because that's the background I'm from. The problem is they both have a tendency, helicopters and pilots, they both have a tendency to be inherently unstable. I think it's a well-known fact that most helicopter accidents could have been prevented prior to takeoff. And I think, again, Honourable somewhat alluded to this during his very good presentation. The flight platform, which is the helicopter, and the pilot, which is the human factor, make a good ingredients for an accident. Why? Because pilots tend to be over-optimistic. I do remember a long time ago that before I learned to fly a helicopter, that the general consensus around was that if you fly an airplane and have an engine failure, you've got wings so you can glide to an airfield or a field and make a nice safe landing. Helicopters don't have wings really, they have rotors. And if you have an engine failure in the helicopter, the chances are you're going to die because they can't glide. Well, we know that's not true. However, that's what everybody thinks usually before they get involved, which means that knowing the chances of learning to fly a helicopter, if I have an engine failure, I'm going to die, and I still learn to fly a helicopter, that must mean I'm extremely optimistic. And pilots tend to be very, very optimistic when it comes to their abilities, which leads to poor planning, poor decision-making, skill levels, recency, currency, and most importantly is the systems knowledge. I'll cover it later, but basically, if the pilot doesn't have a good understanding of the systems that interface with them in the cockpit, then the chances are when they have a caution light, a warning light, or some other in-flight incident, they're going to overreact to it. It's going to be a knee-jerk reaction because they're not familiar with the system. So my view, because I'm an engineer and actually I teach EASA and UK CAA Part 147 type training on helicopters, because I come from an engineering background and I'm a pilot and I'm an accident investigator, then I really do think that this systems education is lacking currently in our training environment, and we really need to address that as soon as we possibly can. Again, I think that Honourable somewhat also alluded to this, was just this complacency. In our case, it seems to be, and there are lots of videos out there in the industry, on YouTube or whatever, where you can watch accidents. You know, this GoPro and the mobile phone camera has made great inroads into the investigator's ability to be able to see what goes on. Because an investigator can usually forensically tell you up to the point of the accident, but because the pilot and generally the passenger's not there, it's very difficult to actually understand what the pilot did to get to that point. So these cameras now that are being carried on board are extremely useful. In fact, the manufacturer I work for, Robinson, well, I don't work for them per se. I'm a consultant for them. So I suppose I go to places that they don't want to go from California. But they have now fitted, as standard, a EMU, an engine monitoring unit, which will be able to, which will help us record incidents, overspeeds, exceedances. And they've also, as an option on some of the aircraft, fitted an onboard cockpit camera. And again, that will be recorded, and that will be, again, very useful from a training point of view. So in other words, when the pilot goes off onto a solo cross-country, a landaway, then of course that whole trip can be recorded, and then the instructor could go through that with the student at a later point, which would be very, very useful from both aspects. And we see from these videos that are posted on YouTube, this appalling lack of pre-takeoff checks, hover power checks prior to departure. And here is just one, it's an accident that happened fairly recently. It's got a lot of visual content to it. I mean, there's some very good video of what goes on. And basically, it's an engine failure during takeoff, about less than a minute, most probably, into the flight. So the engine stopped during departure. Now, the photograph that I took from the video clearly shows you the ignition key position. And the interesting thing about this ignition key position is that it's actually in the off position. So the engine actually shouldn't be running. So there's clearly a problem with either the switch to magneto interface or with the magneto itself. Anyways, this is under investigation at the moment, and the Honourable somewhat may be aware of this. Most probably it's too small an incident for him to actually, but it's very interesting. Also, you will notice that the mixture control here, the control that actually puts the fuel to the injector or at the injector or the carburetor, is not in the fully rich position. Now, this accident happened at a reasonable density altitude. So it is possible in this case that the pilot has purposely, although not recommended, purposely leaned the engine in order to achieve the power on takeoff. But he's clearly missed this, and he can't remember whether he did, when he was asked, a mag check prior to this particular flight. So what's the problem here? What's the human factor going on here? Well, as you most probably are aware, your brain lives in the dark in your head, and it responds to the senses sent to it from various points of your body, your muscles, your eyes, your ears, your nose, all those sort of things. So it relies on this input. It doesn't see itself. And the problem with human factors is that very often it's very easy for the brain to see what it expects to see. And it's happened many, many times. I've come across it so many times where the pilot has just not realized that either the switch is in the wrong position or the engine and rotor RPM are not actually indicating, because I have pulled the circuit breakers to stop them indicating, but they're still telling me that the engine T's and P's are okay, and warning lights and caution lights are out, and the RPM's in the green, because the brain interprets and expects to see certain things in their position. The other point on this could be that this position here is actually the both magneto position for an R44 Astro Raven 1. So in other words, the carburetted version. This is the injected version. So it could be, and I don't know, so I can't allude to too much, is that the pilot has a lot of experience on the R Robinson Astro Raven 1 and not so much experience on the Raven 2. This will all be investigated, I'm sure. Of course, one of our problems as a helicopter pilot is that the helicopter is an inherently unstable platform, which makes it difficult to fly at the best of times. And we're going to start talking about, in a minute, capacity, because it's the pilot's spare capacity that allows them to deal with lots of things, nav, radio, etc. However, many, many years ago, the UK CAA test pilot, a very good friend of mine, told me what the difference was between flying an aeroplane and flying a helicopter. And this actually has stuck with me all these years, because I think it's absolutely fundamentally true. An aeroplane pilot will move the flight controls in the direction that he or she wishes that aeroplane to move in. A helicopter pilot moves the flight controls to stop the helicopter flying in a direction it wants to go in. So the helicopter pilot uses quite a bit of capacity just keeping the aircraft in control. So unfortunately, with the helicopter, due to its natural instability, when things go wrong, they tend to go wrong quite quickly. Now, I'm not an aeroplane pilot. I did some gliding when I was about 16 or so, I don't know. But, you know, my understanding is that in the cockpit of an airplane, if something goes wrong, the best thing to do is sit on your hands for a bit. But you'd get out the SOPs and you flick through the pages and read what the procedure is for whatever the problem is. Well, of course, in a helicopter, the pilot can't do that. It takes two hands to fly the helicopter. We're talking about GA, light helicopters. Now, of course, again, the Robinson helicopter has brought out autopilot for both the 66 and the R44. So that helps, but it also then produces other problems where people then consider the aircraft is IFR approved because it has a autopilot, which it isn't. So the problem is that we have this, the helicopter pilot has this spare capacity, but it isn't as much as an aeroplane pilot would have necessarily, because he's flying a stable platform and can usually trim it out so it can reduce the workload. And so the problem with the helicopter pilot is their stress levels when they get into high workload situations will go up, and the pilot will very quickly become overcome by the events that are happening and will quickly lose control. So spare capacity is a human factor, and it is the key to be able to deal with in-flight issues. And again, the inherent instability of the helicopter means that the pilot's capacity is taken up by the workload just to remain in control. The spare capacity allows the pilot to carry out in-flight tasks, radio, navigation, and of course, then on top of that, whatever's left, unplanned events. And it's the unplanned events, usually getting lost, or I should say unsure of one's position, because pilots never get lost, they are only unsure of their position, will erode their spare capacity. And we can see this during training, when we add elements to the student. So for example, they may have been flying around in the circuit by them, you know, on the controls by themselves, happily with this instructor sitting there, saying and doing absolutely nothing. So very, very comfortable. And then we add navigation. And they have to talk on the radio, know where they are, hold a speed, hold a height, etc., etc. And all of a sudden, that flying capability that they were very happy with in the circuit goes out of the window. They can't hold an airspeed, they can't hold an altitude, they go blah, 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 they can't talk on the radio. So that is bringing the pilot's stress levels up to a point where even the simple tasks that they could carry out at a lesser stress point become difficult for them. And they have to learn to deal with that. And of course, the training will allow them to become comfortable, skilled, and that will then allow them to grow their capacity again. And it's this capacity that allows the pilot to successfully deal with in-flight problems. How do we increase the pilot's spare capacity? Well, I said right at the beginning that most accidents could have been prevented prior to takeoff. So therefore, one could assume that a comprehensive pre-flight planning prior to even going out to the helicopter would help solve some of these problems. So in no particular order, a good working knowledge of the pilot's operating handbook or the flight manual is absolutely a must. It's mandatory for the helicopter pilot, because unless you do have an autopilot, you are not going to be able to recover the pilot's operating handbook or flight manual and go through emergency procedures. These must be embedded into your conscious. You need to know the actions that are required for particular either caution lights, warning lights, or other types of emergency. You need to read safety notices. Now, again, I'm very familiar with the Robinson product, but Robinson really do make a magnificent effort in putting out information that has caused problems in the past. And they put this in, I think it's section 10 of their pilot's operating handbook. It's called safety notices. Pilots should read these. They should be very familiar with safety notices. Read the accident reports, but don't get caught into assuming the guy was an idiot and you would never do it. Remember, it must have made sense to them at the time. That's what you need to unravel. Airworthiness directives. You must know the airworthiness directives that are pertinent to your aircraft. You must know whether those airworthiness directives are repetitive. So it might involve a repetitive check during your pre-flight check. So all these things are an absolute must for the pilot. Good understanding of the systems. Again, pilot system interface. What do the particular caution warning lights mean and what are their correct responses? So as I said, the helicopter pilot is unable to refer to the flight manual for reference to emergencies procedures whilst in flight. So they should have good comprehensive knowledge. And again, I will just reiterate that when things are going wrong, you don't have a lot of time in a helicopter to contemplate or drag from the back of your memory what the action should be to resolve the problem. If you're having to think what the reaction is, then I'm afraid that that time increment is most probably going to change a survivable accident into a non-survivable accident. So I can't stress enough this pre-flight planning. Refresh critical flight conditions. Again, this has to be emphasized during training and during subsequent checks with pilots, which are not that often frequent. Is that they must know and be fully aware of what the incipient stages are. What's the helicopter telling you when it's getting close to a particular critical flight condition? Again, if you have to try and drag this information out of your head as it's going on, then I'm sorry, again, we're going to be taking you away in a body bag rather than coming to recover the helicopter on the back of a trailer. So things like turbulence, two-bladed rotor systems. Two-bladed rotor systems, I don't care what manufacturer, if it has two blades, it is subjected to something called low G. And low G, when you have developed it, produces an uncommanded right roll of circa 100 degrees a second in the first second accelerator. So you need to know the incipient stages of things like low G. Vortex ring state, low RPM rotor stall, over pitching, dynamic rollover. These are all critical flight conditions. Now, the Americans in the past, bless their souls, have had a slight problem with vortex ring and settling with power. The Americans tend to, and I think actually that they're on board with this now, is that vortex ring state and settling with power are two totally different critical flight conditions. Vortex ring state is an aerodynamic problem, vortices in the main rotor. Settling with power is where the power demands being made are not, the engine is not able to give you that power. So in other words, you're demanding more power that's available to you from the engine. So in the UK, and I think generally speaking in Europe, we've tended to call vortex ring state, and what the Americans tend to call settling with power over pitching, because that's exactly what it is. The other area that the pilot should, I mean, it's very important. I mean, how many times does the pilot fly, let's say in a month, a week, or whatever? As a GA pilot, an owner, they always think they're going to fly a lot more than they do. So the chances are those hours are not very many. So one of the things that they can do, actually, that will save them money, is that every now and then they should either go to their aircraft or go to a hangar somewhere and sit in the helicopter on the ground quietly, take the pilot's operating handbook and just go through the emergency procedures, touching the items. So just go through your touching. Now, why do I say touching? Well, because the brain sees what it wants to see or what it thinks it should see. But if you touch it, this little item here is incredibly sensitive and it's connected directly to your brain. And so when I look at something, I'm also, one of my senses is peripheral vision. So I take in a lot of other information. And I can't stop my brain doing that, except if I touch it. If I touch it, it tends to then focus my eyes onto whatever the item is that I'm looking at or selecting. So if sitting in the cockpit, that's what you do, this will enhance your emergency procedure training quietly, without the cost of an instructor sitting next to you. So that when you do spend the very valuable, well worth time with the instructor, you've been through these procedures, so it should be a fairly easy ride for you. Tendency to accept verbal responses. We'll skip that, I think. So we go on to the next, which is comprehensive flight planning, equals spare capacity. And the pilot's commitment to the detailed pre-flight inspection planning exercise will make the flight safer. So part of your planning should be your skill levels. You know, it's no good jumping into your aircraft and whizzing off to your friend's house who lives, you know, in a big garden. If you don't have the required skill levels for a confined area approach and departure. And again, this is another area that I found is missing in a lot of flight training manuals. They talk about the different types of takeoff, and they talk about the different types of approach. But what they don't talk about is the checks that one would do prior to going into a confined area, the size, the shape, a power check. So we'll take the lowest point on the power required curve. Let's say it's 53 knots. So you bring the power back and the airspeed back to 53 knots, straight and level. You check what your power demand is, and then you check what your power available is, your maximum power available. And then you would pull the maximum power available to make sure that it is there and it's just not some ink on a page. So these checks are vital for a safe, confined area approach and departure. So I think there are certain training manuals out there that need to revisit this and put in a comprehensive circuit diagram. We fly a proper circuit. We fly a proper approach that is always to a go-around, looking for the power required during the approach. And there's a rule of thumb that generally says that if I get to 1 inches of manifold pressure, so we're talking about a piston engine helicopter, if I'm getting to 1 inch prior to full power, I go around. It's not sufficient to be able to go into a confined area. I have to abort. So all these things need to be done, and they're not currently covered in a number of manuals. And of course, all this planning will also allow the pilot to determine the risk and whether that risk is actually worth taking. However, that's only part of the exercise as far as the pilot's concerned. Because if the pilot is taking passengers, then the pilot might be willing to take the risk. But what about the passengers? The pilot has a duty of care, and they must take into account their passengers. And again, I think it was alluded to by Honourable Sunwell, that it doesn't matter, or maybe actually it was Captain Chester Vu, it doesn't matter whether it's 1 passenger or 400 passengers, you are still responsible for the life of that passenger and, of course, yourself. And you're also responsible for the safe operation of the aircraft, passengers, people and property on the ground. Crash into somebody's house and kill people on the ground, you're responsible as a pilot for letting that sort of thing happen. So there are, so pre-flight planning, allow you to perceive the actual risk. And the problem with this, again, is the pilot's perception of their risk. They always perceive their ability is much, much higher than their actual ability. And this tends to allow the risk to be taken. So there are 2 elements of risk: risk perception and risk tolerance. Risk perception is the recognition of the risk inherent in the situation, where risk tolerance is the amount of risk a person is willing to accept in the pursuit of some goal. Personal traits also play an active part in this. So human beings, pilots, if you are anti-authority. Now, I was in the Royal Air Force for quite some time, and I thoroughly enjoyed myself on the squadron. But I don't particularly like people telling me what to do. And unfortunately, there's several layers above me. So I never actually got the opportunity to say what was right or what was wrong. So you could put me down as slightly anti-authority, slightly. Impulsive. Yes, I'm impulsive. And it's not necessarily a bad trait, but in the situation where we talk about risk assessment, then impulsiveness can be a negative. Vulnerability. Of all the things, I mean, I've got about 10,000 hours flight instructing, test flying, all those good things. And the thing that has saved my life, I think, is the great big yellow streak I have down my back. And I'm very proud of it. I tend not to be a risk taker. And then, of course, the last point is macho. And of course, I'm a man, so therefore that applies to me. So those things, anti-authority, impulsive, invulnerability, and macho are part of the personality traits that can get the pilot into trouble. And research suggests that it is the risk misperception and not the high risk tolerance that is associated with exposure to hazardous aviation events. So in other words, if you don't know what the risks are because you haven't completed a comprehensive flight planning exercise, then you don't know how risky it is. You don't know what the problems are. And if you've done your comprehensive pre-flight planning and you have alternatives, so in other words, well, if the weather closes in, then I'm going to make a diversion to here, or I'm going to do this, or I'm going to land and contact people on my mobile phone. You need those options as part of the pre-flight. So what is the risk of poor planning? This. No new accidents, time and time again. This accident, just like the majority of helicopter accidents, could have been prevented prior to takeoff. It was a poor decision by the pilot. Stress. A certain amount of stress is good for you. It increases your awareness and usually means the pilot is more active on the controls. So for example, if you take the HV diagram, the avoid diagram for a helicopter, single engine, then when they're doing the certification test flying, the point of the low hover and the knee of the curve is in takeoff profile, where there is no requirement for a 1 second delay for the test pilot to react to an engine failure on takeoff, because it's assumed that during the takeoff, the pilot will be actively flying the aircraft and very aware of what's going on. However, too much stress is bad for you, which is usually caused by high pilot workload. Once the stress reaches a certain level, the brain will perceive this as a threat. So when experiencing the stress, the pilot's brain, and in particular the limbic system region, will perceive the problem as a threat. And this is going to trigger the release of steroid hormones. Cortisol, which marshals the systems throughout the body to deal with the threat. And this will increase the heartbeat, the heart rate, the blood flow, blood pressure, etc. Also, neurotransmitters are also released. That will suppress, i.e. shut down, active areas in the front of the brain concerned with concerned with rational thought, short-term memory, sorry, I've lost my point here. We're hindering the ability of the person to handle complex social or intellectual tasks and behaviors. These mental events are critical in the primitive times, in other words, saber-toothed tigers, to allow the person to react quickly to the threat, i.e. the fight or flight response. And of course, the pilot has no control over this whatsoever. This is a purely chemical reaction in the pilot's brain. In short, the pilot will find that the stress reaction to a threat involves even simple tasks that could be carried out easily before the threat or stress occurred become difficult, if not impossible, to perform. So anything that produces a threat to the pilot, so any event that hasn't been accounted for, will increase the stress of the pilot. During training, one of the areas that I find is unhelpful is that the instructor will very often ask the student to give a verbal indication of what they would do to a certain warning light or caution light. That is of no use to man nor beast, because it isn't allowing the pilot, the student pilot, to learn a way out. So, for example, if the pilot is making a bad approach to a landing, I'm going to teach him the go-around. And once he's learnt the go-around, if he's then on a subsequent bad approach, he has something to call on. He knows, okay, this is going wrong, I need to go around. If I haven't taught the pilot as a response to an emergency procedure how to carry out the procedure to a safe place or a safe landing, the pilot does not have a procedure to follow when it's all going wrong. And they are not going to experiment. So that what you usually find is that the primary emergency procedure that helicopters or pilots are taught time and time again is auto-rotation. And auto-rotation, therefore, is hair-triggered into most pilots, and they'll find that any incident in flight, the first thing they do is enter auto-rotation. And then, of course, they take things from benign to possibly life-threatening. Lack of system knowledge increases the chance of the pilot overreacting to benign indications in the cockpit. So this could turn a benign indication into a life-threatening situation because they have overreacted. So as far as I'm concerned, human factors in helicopters are far more important than just talking about the effects of altitude flying and flying with medical. Knowledge is flight safety, helping you keep your RPM in the green. Pilots need to understand really that as an accident investigator, field work and the subsequent forensic is dreadful. But actually the fallout of the accident to the person's families involved is absolutely horrendous. And that will go on for a lifetime. So I thank you all for your time. I thank again Ida Ismail for allowing me the opportunity to talk to you today. And I will now hand back to Ida Ismail and her team and the floor. Thank you very much indeed. I'll be back later, I think, for questions.
Thank you very much, Richard. We can feel your passion, how you are so passionate about what you are doing. And very much thank you for the informative presentation on the human factor. We'll now take a minute for question and answer from the audience. Okay, Richard, whenever you are ready.
Right, is that it? Have you got me on screen? Yes? Only on voice, okay. How do I, how's that? Do you have me now? Okay, so welcome back. I have two questions here. So the first question is my observation of the last few helicopter accidents in Malaysia. The pilots had fixed wing backgrounds prior to flying helicopters, sorry. Do you think this can contribute negatively when they encounter emergencies? The answer to that is absolutely. And it is more important dependent on the type of aircraft they fly. So, for example, if they're flying a two-bladed helicopter, then, and particularly if they have flight instructor ratings, their response to a low RPM caution light, an audible caution in the cockpit, which is a light and a horn, could be perceived, because they're going to revert, in their stress, they're going to revert to their predominant training, and they could perceive that as a stall warning. And their reaction will be pretty much instantly, which will be cyclic forward. If they push the cyclic forward, they'll go into a low G maneuver and produce these very high roll rates. And unless they are clearly understand the incipient stage and the procedure to recover, that will be a low G accident. Also, of course, there is a lot of negative training that can be responsible for fixed-wing pilots flying helicopters. So the answer is yes, but it's a long discussion and most probably not for here. The second question, based on your extensive experience, I'm not sure about the extensive bit, do you see a need for a standard pre-flight preparation checklist for pilots beyond the pre-flight check provided in the POH? Again, I think the answer most probably is yes. I used to have long conversations with dear Frank Robinson, and he always said that, Richard, if you had it your way, the checklist would need to be on a toilet roll. However, of course, it's important that the checklist is followed, because only the manufacturer knows why, the reasons or whatever are behind the way the checklist is written. However, you could add to that, never take it away, you could add to that some other points that I think would be very pertinent and give a much safer aspect to a pre-flight check. So yes and yes to both those questions. Is that me thoroughly done with?
Thank you very much, Richard, for taking time to answer the question. We really appreciate this. And ladies and gentlemen, our next session will be looking at SSP, State Safety Program, by Mr. Zainul Abidin Maslan, the COO for Civil Aviation Authority, who's joining us from Malaysia. Mr. Zainul, the mic is yours whenever you are ready.
Can I start now? Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm honored to be invited to this forum. Yeah, the title is State Safety Program, Impact on Business Aviation and General Aviation in Malaysia. Before I continue, just a little bit of background of myself. My name is Zainul, just call me Zainul. I'm Air Traffic Controller, formerly Director of ANS Standards Division. I'm involved in ICAO audit in Malaysia, both in 2005 and 2016, and also hold the USOP CMA Auditor Certificate. So, back to the main title, SSP, Impact on BA and GA. Before I continue, what is SSP? ICAO requires under Annex 19 that state shall establish and maintain SSP that is commensurate with the size and complexity of the state civil aviation system. We are talking about size. How to measure size? And complexity, how complex we are. This is the latest data from ICAO. This data shows the scheduled departures for 2020. If we look at the screen, for Malaysia, total for 2020, we are in the 20th, top 20 position in the world. Of course, most of these aviation activities are located in North America, China, Japan, as well as in Europe. However, from this data, it shows that we are contributing a significant number of scheduled departures last year, as well as previous years that Malaysia always has been in the top 20 countries in the world. How about complexity? In terms of civil aviation, in Malaysia, when we talk about the 6 oversight areas in personnel licensing, flight operations, airworthiness of aircraft, air accident investigation, air navigation services, and aerodrome standards, we have covered almost all the ICAO standard and recommended practices are applicable here in Malaysia. In personnel licensing, we issue pilot licenses, aircraft engineer licenses, as well as air traffic control license. We also approve training organization, training devices, and we also have oversight on medical as well as language proficiency requirement. Under flight operations, we issue AOC, foreign AOC, ground handling, we issue approvals, we do oversight cabin crew, dangerous goods, as well as recently we have directive on drones. We have all these big airlines in Malaysia. We have hundreds of aircraft registered in our registry. These aircraft require airworthiness certifications. We approve maintenance organization, continuous airworthiness maintenance organization. We issue special approvals for aircraft, and we also have provision for design and manufacture of aircraft. If there are accidents, the Air Accident Investigation Bureau in MOT will conduct the investigation, as well as we handle the mandatory occurrence reporting as well as voluntary reporting. For air navigation services, We do oversight on the control towers, air traffic control centers all over. We do oversight on flight procedure design, charting, publication, communication, surveillance and navigation, including meteorology as well as search and rescue. Under aerodrome, we do certification of all aerodromes, international as well as domestic. So those are the complexity that need to be implemented under SSB in Malaysia. Now, what about SSB? By definition, SSB is an integrated set of regulations and activities aimed at improving safety. So what are these regulations? Okay. We promulgate Malaysia Civil Aviation Regulation. We issue directives, circulars, and notices. So all these regulations are part of SSB. It's not only regulation regarding the obligation to implement safety management. And what are activities? The main activities under SSB will be safety oversight functions. Safety oversight functions is where we control the industry by certifying them. We issue certificates. Once we issue certificates, we have to conduct surveillance. We do surveillance by conducting audits, inspection, as well as monitoring their performance. Of course, before certifying, the industry need to prove that they can comply with the specific operating regulations in the form of those I mentioned earlier, the directives, circulars, as well as notices. If there are any non-compliance, the license holders, certificate holders need to do the corrective actions. If any violations, enforcement actions must be taken. So the main safety oversight functions form the basis of SSB. In addition to these elements, we have other elements on safety management obligations. This is where Annex 19 come in. Annex 19, where we transpose to CAD, Civil Aviation Directive 19, requires service provider, operator to implement safety management. If there are any accident, serious incident, this function, as I mentioned earlier, will be performed by the Air Accident Investigating Bureau under MOT. Next element, hazard identification and risk management. How we identify hazards? There are various methods to identify hazards. In the regulator side, we identify hazards through MOR, mandatory occurrence reporting, voluntary occurrence reporting. We also identify hazards through audits, inspections, surveillance. We receive air accident reports, recommendations, those are hazards. And we also have information exchange with neighboring countries, with ICAO, with ICAO regional office, that we can identify hazards. Safety performance monitoring. 3 accidents involving helicopters in Malaysia within last 6 months is not a good performance. That's why we conduct the safety awareness briefing, as mentioned by Yang Berhormat Menteri earlier. We conducted it last Monday. As part of this, creating awareness to improve safety. And last elements are promotions. CM has been conducting safety promotions through engagement with the industry. Before we publish the directives, regulations, there are engagement with industry players. As recent as last few months, where we conduct this engagement through the video conference. We also issue notice of proposed rulemaking, where we publish these draft directives and we receive feedbacks and we have forms for industry to give us feedbacks on these directives, on this proposed directive. In addition to that, we also publish advisory informations, posters, as well as videos. These are samples of our safety promotions. You can have these posters, videos in our website, in our social media account. Next, the main question, impact on BA and GA. What are the impact? Depending on your operations, your type of operations, this directive will be applicable to you. If you operate hire and reward, commercial, most of these directives are applicable. If you operate only as private or general aviation, only part of this directive are applicable. In addition to this directive, we also issue guidance material for the industry on how are they going to apply for these licenses, certificates, as well as approvals. As I mentioned, impact on BA and GA. So back to your where you are, how you operate. If you operate commercials, you must have the AOC. This has been mentioned by Captain Chester earlier. Once we give you approvals in the form of certificate, license, or permit, you are subject to surveillance. We will conduct audit on you. We will conduct inspection as well as we will monitor your performance. If there are any issues, there must be corrective actions in terms of complying to the requirements. If there are any violations, the enforcement actions must be conducted. As I mentioned earlier, under safety promotion, those information directives are available in our website. Please do visit us in our Facebook, Twitter, as well as YouTube channel. Thank you. Over to you, Alda.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zainal. That's very interesting. I think this is one of the very first time openly we learn about SSP, the State Safety Program. Thank you very much. We'll now take a couple of questions from the audience.
Okay, thank you. We have two questions here. The first question is on data sharing among all industry players. Does CM has any plan to allow intercompany sharing of safety data? If yes, can you share the plan with us? Okay. In actual fact, we are already sharing some safety data among the industry players. For example, all these years, we have conducted a lot of investigations on occurrences. For example, TICAS, runway incursions, and the findings and the conclusion of these investigations has been shared with the industry involved. We can also share with other industry, but before sharing, we need to de-identify this data first. If any of the industry really want to share this data from us, they can contact us and we can work around it. Second question, business aviation and general aviation operators are small and find it difficult to have their own SMS system. Okay. Will CM allow for a national level SMS that can be subscribed by the operators? Okay. Under Annex 19, implementation SMS shall be commensurate with the size and complexity of their aviation activity. So if business aviation or small operators, we don't expect their SMS to be as big as the major airliners. As long as they have their SMS policy, they have the processes, they have the risk management system, this would be acceptable for the regulators. On the national level SMS, at the moment, we don't have any system for this. Not at the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zainal. I hope that is clear to all of us. Okay, with no further question, once again, thank you very much, Mr. Zainal, for the presentation, for your time to be with us today. We really appreciate it. Thank you. I will now pass it back to Anthony in Hong Kong.
V1 rotation. Les deux parties, je vais te dire comment c'est le
Time is precious. Some know how to make the most of it, to build meaningful lives, to love the ones we treasure, to experience life. The dreamers, inventors, doers, makers, leaders, those who have the courage to sacrifice and strive to shape the world they want to live in. It's not always easy to see the possibilities, but the bold dare to take the road less traveled. We all have dreams. While some watch them fade away, we live them. What do we have in common? We own our journey.
Our world is more volatile, economically, demographically, geopolitically than ever before. We are also more interconnected and interdependent. This creates unique opportunity and incredible uncertainty and risk. That's why Aon has been working for over a decade to address a fundamental truth. Client need is outpacing industry innovation. Responding to traditional risks only is no longer the best path forward. Clearly, innovation is needed to meet today's complex challenges. That's why we're leading the way on issues like the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, intellectual property valuation, and cyber threats.
But to meet these challenges, we need to move faster than we can alone. The combination will accelerate our ability to innovate and help our clients address these challenges presented by increased vulnerability, interconnectivity, and a changing workforce. And it will make our firm their essential partner. At a moment when the stakes are higher than ever, there has never been a greater need for the Aon and Willis Towers Watson combination. Together, we can prepare our clients for a complex world.
AsiaJet, Chan speaking.
Hi, I would like to book a flight to Japan.
Mrs. Wong, great to hear from you. Absolutely. When would you like to take off?
Tonight, in 3 hours?
With pleasure.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'll see you 15 minutes before takeoff time.
Bye.
Bye. Let's get started.
AsiaJet preference list.
AsiaJet, your private jet company.
Dassault Aviation's new Falcon 6X business jet recently made its first flight, kicking off a test program that is expected to lead to type certification and service entry in 2022. The fly-by-wire aircraft took off from the French manufacturer's base at Bordeaux-Mérignac Airport on March the 10th and made a 2.5-hour flight to demonstrate the 6X handling qualities and the responsiveness of its Pratt & Whitney PW812D engines and other key systems. At the controls were test pilots Bruno Ferry and Fabrice Vallette, who declared themselves well pleased with how the new Falcon performed at altitudes of 40,000 feet and speeds of Mach 0.80. The 6X is designed to carry 8 passengers and 3 crew on trips of up to 5,500 nautical miles. In fact, the large cabin has space for up to 16 passengers for shorter flights. It is divided into 3 lounge areas and has an aisle that's 5 inches wider than earlier Falcons, making it easier for people to move around in. Plus, there are spacious baggage areas both inside and outside the cabin. The first prototype Falcon 6X has now been flown to Dassault's flight test center at Istres Air Base in the south of France. It will soon be joined by 2 more prototype aircraft to step up the flight test program. Dassault Aviation Chairman and CEO Eric Trappier dedicated the first flight of the 6X to Olivier Dassault, a board member of the company and grandson of its founder Marcel Dassault, who was sadly killed in a helicopter accident just a few days earlier.
Thanks for watching this AIN video. Please like, subscribe, and share it if you've enjoyed it. Also, visit AINonline.com for all the latest on the aviation industry.
The sun is going down at east in the south of France, and the Dassault Flight Ops team is hard at work prepping a Falcon to take me on a different kind of night flight. Our mission commander is test pilot Philippe Ribourg.
I am ready. Okay, we go.
Sitting in the right seat, Olivier Ferrer.
Big one. Rotate.
We leveled off, and I slid in to the left seat, the one with the best view by far. Normally, it's hard to beat Mother Nature's offering, but not in this case. This head-up display made me green with envy. I was seeing the world through the Falcon Eye system.
We provide to the pilot a very good feeling of where he's going, and now we put that in the head-up display, and added with the EVS, we have the best picture we can get from the runway when you land with very low visibility.
We were on our way to Chambéry-Aix-les-Bains Airport, nestled in the French Alps. The north-south runway is ringed by mountains on 3 sides, the dreaded Box Canyon. But with Falcon Eye on this pitch-black night, the treacherous terrain is as plain as a clear day.
As soon as you descend with the head-up display, you are aware of these mountains. You can see them because of the SVS. And as soon as you get below the clouds, the EVS will give you image from the ground. Even at night, if you have fog, you see the lights coming from the approach lights.
Fly plan going to Chambéry.
The circle-to-land approach to runway 36 is sporty, to say the least.
Go to that point, which is the VOR of Chambéry, at 6,500 feet. Then we turn right to intercept the axis, descending 5,000 feet, and we do the ILS with a slope of 4.5 degrees down to 2,000 feet.
So we got on our toes and set up for a low approach. On final, I kept looking around the HUD to see how the other half flies. Literally a night and day difference.
It's a big challenge to go to very low altitude and to see the lights and continue to land. Without this system, you will go around for sure.
Dassault has always been a leader in head-up display and infrared technology. It stands to reason for a company with such deep heritage in the world of supersonic fighters.
We are former military pilots, so we know very well that military technology. We push a lot to go in that direction because we think that helps a lot the business aircraft pilots to fly safely his aircraft.
In fact, it seems everything about this aircraft is aimed at making pilots feel at ease in adverse environments.
Boy, I like the way this thing flies.
Philippe let me take the stick on our last approach.
Yeah, I will tell you to start to flare. A little bit to the left, please.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Okay, you can flare. Good, not too much, not too much. Okay. Excellent. Very good.
I managed to grease the landing, but flunk the taxiing.
Oh, goodness, what'd I do?
You just push R, I forgot to tell you that. You just push rudder left and right and brakes on the top.
No. My apologies.
There's only so much technology can do.
I'll let you taxi.
V1 rotation. Les départs, s'il vous plaît, bien 40
Time is precious. Some know how to make the most of it, to build meaningful lives, to love the ones we treasure, to experience life. The dreamers, inventors, doers, makers, leaders, those who have the courage to sacrifice and strive to shape the world they want to live in. It's not always easy to see the possibilities, but the bold dare to take the road less traveled. We all have dreams. While some watch them fade away, we live them. What do we have in common? We own our journey.
world is more volatile, economically, demographically, geopolitically than ever before. We are also more interconnected and interdependent. This creates unique opportunity and incredible uncertainty and risk. That's why AAON has been working for over a decade to address a fundamental truth. Client need is outpacing industry innovation. Responding to traditional risks only is no longer the best path forward. Clearly, innovation is needed to meet today's complex challenges. That's why we're leading the way on issues like the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, intellectual property valuation, and cyber threats.
But to meet these challenges, we need to move faster than we can alone. The combination will accelerate our ability to innovate and help our clients address these challenges presented by increased vulnerability, interconnectivity, and a changing workforce. And it will make our firm their essential partner. At a moment when the stakes are higher than ever, there has never been a greater need for the AAON and Willis Towers Watson combination. Together, we can prepare our clients for a complex world.
AsiaJet, Chan speaking.
Hi, I would like to book a flight to Japan.
Mrs. Wong, great to hear from you. Absolutely. When would you like to take off?
Tonight, in 3 hours.
With pleasure.
Thank you.
Excellent. I'll see you
15 minutes before takeoff time.
Bye.
Bye. Let's get started.
AsiaJet preference list.
AsiaJet, your private jet company.
Dassault Aviation's new Falcon 6X business jet recently made its first flight, kicking off a test program that is expected to lead to type certification and service entry in 2022. The fly-by-wire aircraft took off from the French manufacturer's base at Bordeaux-Mérignac Airport on March the 10th and made a 2.5-hour flight to demonstrate the 6X handling qualities and the responsiveness of its Pratt & Whitney PW812D engines and other key systems. At the controls were test pilots Bruno Ferry and Fabrice Vallette, who declared themselves well pleased with how the new Falcon performed at altitudes of 40,000 feet and speeds of Mach 0.80. The 6X is designed to carry 8 passengers and 3 crew on trips of up to 5,500 nautical miles. In fact, the large cabin has space for up to 16 passengers for shorter flights. It is divided into 3 lounge areas and has an aisle that's 5 inches wider than earlier Falcons, making it easier for people to move around in. Plus, there are spacious baggage areas both inside and outside the cabin. The first prototype Falcon 6X has now been flown to Dassault's flight test center at Istres Air Base in the south of France. It will soon be joined by 2 more prototype aircraft to step up the flight test program. Dassault Aviation Chairman and CEO Eric Trappier dedicated the first flight of the 6X to Olivier Dassault, a board member of the company and grandson of its founder Marcel Dassault, who was sadly killed in a helicopter accident just a few days earlier.
Thanks for watching this AIN video. Please like, subscribe, and share it if you've enjoyed it. Also, visit AINonline.com for all the latest on the aviation industry.
The sun is going down at East in the south of France, and the Dassault Flight Ops team is hard at work prepping a Falcon to take me on a different kind of night flight. Our mission commander is test pilot Philippe Ribourg.
I am ready. Okay, we go.
Sitting in the right seat, Olivier Ferrer.
B1. Rotate.
We leveled off, and I slid in to the left seat, the one with the best view by far. Normally, it's hard to beat Mother Nature's offering, but not in this case. This head-up display made me green with envy. I was seeing the world through the Falcon Eye system.
We provide to the pilot a very good feeling of where he's going, and now we put that in the head-up display, and added with the EVS, we have the best picture we can get from the runway when you land with very low visibility.
We were on our way to Chambéry-Aix-les-Bains Airport, nestled in the French Alps. The north-south runway is ringed by mountains on 3 sides, the dreaded Box Canyon. But with Falcon Eye on this pitch-black night, the treacherous terrain is as plain as a clear day.
As soon as you descend with the head-up display, you are aware of this mountain. You can see them because of the SVS. And as soon as you get below the clouds, the EVS will give you image from the ground. Even at night, if you have fog, you see the lights coming from the approach lights.
Fly plan going to Chambéry.
The circle-to-land approach to runway 36 is sporty, to say the least.
Go to that point, which is the VOR of Chambéry, at 6,500 feet. Then we turn right to intercept the axis, descending 5,000 feet, and we do the ILS with a slope of 4.5 degrees down to 2,000 feet.
So we got on our toes and set up for a low approach. On final, I kept looking around the HUD to see how the other half flies. Literally a night and day difference.
It's a big challenge to go to very low altitude and to see the lights and continue to land. Without this system, you will go around for sure.
Dassault has always been a leader in head-up display and infrared technology. It stands to reason for a company with such deep heritage in the world of supersonic fighters.
We are former military pilots, so we know very well that military technology. We push a lot to go in that direction because we think that helps a lot the business aircraft pilots to fly safely his aircraft.
In fact, it seems everything about this aircraft is aimed at making pilots feel at ease in adverse environments.
Boy, I like the way this thing flies.
Philippe let me take the stick on our last approach.
I will tell you to start to flare. A little bit to the left, please.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Okay, you can flare. Good, not too much, not too much. Okay. Excellent. Very good.
I managed to grease the landing, but flunk the taxiing.
Oh, goodness, what I do?
You just push R. You just push R. I forgot to tell you that. You just push rudder left and right and brakes on the top. No.
My apologies.
There's only so much technology can do.
I'll let you taxi.
V1 rotation. Mais d'accord, si vous voulez bien faire mon pied.
Time is precious. Some know how to make the most of it, to build meaningful lives, to love the ones we treasure, to experience life. The dreamers, inventors, doers, makers, leaders, those who have the courage to sacrifice and strive to shape the world they want to live in. It's not always easy to see the possibilities, but the bold dare to take the road less traveled. We all have dreams. While some watch them fade away, we live them. What do we have in common? We own our journey.
world is more volatile, economically, demographically, geopolitically than ever before. We are also more interconnected and interdependent. This creates unique opportunity and incredible uncertainty and risk. That's why Aon has been working for over a decade to address a fundamental truth. Client need is outpacing industry innovation. Responding to traditional risks only is no longer the best path forward. Clearly, innovation is needed to meet today's complex challenges. That's why we're leading the way on issues like the COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, intellectual property valuation, and cyber threats.
But to meet these challenges, we need to move faster than we can alone. The combination will accelerate our ability to innovate and help our clients address these challenges presented by increased vulnerability, interconnectivity, and a changing workforce. And it will make our firm their essential partner at a moment when the stakes are higher than ever.
Hi, thank you for the introduction and thank you for having me here. Very much like all the speakers that we've had so far that we've seen in the morning, I am also very passionate about safety. And even though that means I have to stay up through the night to participate in the safety event, but I'm very happy to be here to share my experience when it comes to SMS implementation. And I'm based in New York City, but I'm actually in Vermont this week, which is about 1:30 in the morning right now. So without further ado, I'm just gonna jump right into it so that we can make sure that Tom from Gulfstream can start his presentation on time, because I know he's also on the East Coast. Just a really quick, very quick short bio of myself. So I've had over 10 years of experience in SMS development and implementation for general aviation and on-schedule commercial operations in Asia and in the US. And currently I work at Joby Aviation, which is a eVTOL electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft design and manufacturing company based in California in the US. And I work in the SMS team to develop and implement SMS for Joby. I am also on the International Standards for Business Aviation Operations AsBAA Standard Board, and also serve as an observer for the ICAO Remotely Piloted Aircraft System RPAS panel. So before I get into my presentation, I just want to take a very quick minute to acknowledge that it has been a very difficult year in 2020 for everyone and also for every industry, including aviation. And so I really just want to say thank you to AsBAA and and also other organizations out there that are trying to organize virtual events to stay engaged with the industry and with the community. So with that being said, I want to also point out that throughout this session, I do want to make it as interactive as possible. So I'll be using an online polling tool, which I'll let you know when the poll is open, and then I'll share a link on the slide where you can go in and submit your response. All the responses that are submitted are anonymous. No personal data will be collected. So with that, here's my first question on the poll. So the topic, for the next 20 or so minutes, we're going to be talking about challenges for SMS implementation in general aviation and business aviation, which we can probably spend hours to talk about. But I do want to also understand and know what some of the challenges that you face or that you might have seen when implementing SMS at your organization. So you can go to this website, this link here, pollev.com/safe-meadow453, submit your response, and a little bit later at the presentation, I'll share the response from all the participants, and then we can review them together. So I have a very short video. This video is about 1 minute to show you here, and then we'll go into talk a little bit more about this video. So with that, let me just play it. So, so this video, I mean, if you think about it, the pilot was really lucky in this video. There have been many similar incidents in the past where the outcome was much, much worse. So this pilot was very lucky. I do have a couple of questions sort of regarding the video, and that's going to help us to continue on our conversation about challenges in SMS implementation. So with that, I am going to let me go to the next slides. So if you can, with about 3 to 7 words, let me show you the link again. If I just, for some reason, when I do present mode, it doesn't show me, it doesn't show the link. But if you can just go to the same link, polev.com/save-meadow453, and submit your response. I think it'll be very interesting. It'll be very interesting to kind of see how, with that very short clip that we just saw, what you think about that went wrong. So for that specific or particular incident that happened in 2019 in a village in India. So there's not a lot of information that I could really find online, but there is one news report that talked about what sort of happened. So it was a charter operator by the name of Aerotech Aviation. So they were, getting ready to take off, and then the pilot was doing his pre-flight walk around, and obviously he was hit by the rotor blade, and according to the news report, it was I guess the 109. And he had a co-pilot at control that was doing some paperwork. From the video, you can sort of see that the pilot seemed to be aware of what's happening, that the aircraft was getting spooled up, but he kept continue his walk anyways. The news report actually said that the Indian Civil Aviation Authority was on site after the incident happened, although I can't find an investigation report online. So let's see. So I see that we have some response coming in. So let's look at that. Oh, it's a little bit out of proportion. So I'm just going to do this so we can all read it together. Not being cautious, lack of safety precautions, normalization, at-risk behavior, complacency, lack of safety management, lack of education and the importance and value of SMS, lack of situational awareness. So I think there's sort of a theme here where, obviously the pilot was not paying attention, and sort of lost situational awareness on whatever reasons that we don't know. But I think with that, let's see, I think we have a couple more. Safety is not the culture. Yeah, so I think the pilot, and like I said, because there's just not a lot of public information that I could find online. But if you remember, the clip kind of showed that there's a lack of safety procedures, and I don't know whether that news report got it from the operator or got it from the India Civil Aviation Authority. But I think that's possible, right? It's possible that the pilot was not following SOP. So the next question that I have for you then is, who do you think was responsible for this incident? So you can again go to that same link and just put in your, just choose from A to G, whatever that you think. And also I would want to add that, keeping in mind that safety responsibility is defined by ICAO as the obligation to carry forward and assigned safety-related tasks to a successful conclusion. So it is the authority to direct and take necessary action to ensure success. So I think in this case, we're really looking at who was responsible for making sure that that flight from start to finish was safe. So I see we're getting a lot of response coming in. So mostly people are saying that it is the pilot that was struck by the rotor blade. That seems to be the top one, which I agree. And I think as a pilot, you do have that responsibility to ensure that you conduct the flight at the safest condition, right? So with that, let's go to the next question. So now, who do you think was accountable for the incident? And again, keeping in mind the definition, ICAO definition of safety accountability, which is the obligation to demonstrate the task achievement and take responsibility for the safety performance in accordance with agreed expectation. So meaning that you have the ability, you need to have the ability, or you should have the ability to answer for action. So I see we have some response coming in. Pilot was in the cockpit. Oh, interesting. CEO, right. I think a lot of operators, if you do have an SMS in place, and you would have to identify your accountable executive for your organization, which usually is the CEO taking that accountability. Okay, I don't see. Yeah, so I see now we're in a 50-50 between the pilot that was in the cockpit and the CEO. So the last question that I have is, do you think having an SMS in place would help the organization to prevent something similar from happening again? So again, you can go to the link, put in your response. Or how do you think having an SMS in place will help the organization to identify any unsafe behavior or hazards? Do you think having SMS in place will be something that's useful? Maybe I'll give it maybe another 30 to 45 seconds. So I think here in this case, it really, I think if let's say this is a case where the pilot did not follow the SOP, and there could be many reasons why he didn't. Maybe it's normalcy, like one of the responses that we got. And so maybe he has been doing it for a while, but nothing really happened. So he continued to do it. He continued just to not following the SOP. But this time he wasn't so lucky. So think about if you have an SMS in place and if you have a strong safety reporting culture, right? Then something like this would have been observed by his co-pilot, and it would have been reported. And maybe, just maybe, this event could potentially be prevented. So let me go back to present mode. Okay, I see. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping that I would just see 100% yes. So the next couple of slides, what I'm really trying to show here is the statistics, what the past tells us really. So when we think about in the last 2 decades, and also we just know that aviation, it is the safest mode of transportation, and also in the past 2 decades with advanced technology, it really helps the global accident rate drop down a lot for commercial aviation. And by the way, all the next couple of slides that I'm showing are accident rates in commercial aviation. So, and these 2 charts that you see here are from the Airbus statistical analysis of commercial aviation accidents. So they take accident data from 1958 to 2019 that involved Western-built commercial air transport jets with 40 or more passengers, including cargo for revenue flights only. And you can see, you can see the headline there, but you can also see that it really that accident rate really trends down in the past decade or two. And the next one here that I have is from IATA. This is from IATA Safety Report in 2019 that was released last year. So again, IATA looks at scheduled and non-scheduled commercial operations, including cargo for turbine-powered aircraft with a maximum takeoff weight of 5,700 kg or more. And again, you can see how that accident, the accident rate just keeps on trending down since 2010, and also continue to trend down from 2013, which is when the ICAO SMS standards was adopted. And here's one from ICAO. So this is the one from ICAO Safety Report in 2014 and 2020. So again, and this is, and ICAO looks at scheduled commercial operations with an aircraft with a maximum takeoff weight of 5,400 kilograms. So you can see that the global accident rate trends down. Although the last couple of charts, I'm sort of just skimming through it rather quickly because what I'm trying to show here is that we know that with advanced technologies and SMS coming into effectiveness being adopted in 2013, global accident rate really trends down. It really improved a lot in the past decade or two in commercial aviation. And although the scope of each of this report is a little bit different, but and the data is all related to aviation safety, but there is that one common theme that we see, or that one common sentiment that we see, which is the downward trending accident rate. And also, if we really think about it, even though there are evidence in the commercial aviation sector that an effective SMS can really help an organization to improve safety performance, but still yet, when we think about general aviation or business aviation operations, not all operators do have an SMS in place. It could be, and it could be many reasons, and also it could be, there could be some misconceptions too when it comes to SMS. And I want to talk a little bit about that. And this is a list of misconceptions that I have personally come across with just by talking with people from the industry. So it could be that SMS is expensive, it's time consuming, takes a very long time to implement. It is only for big airlines. It's not scalable. It's not realistic for small operations. And the data that's coming through SMS is not secured. There's no privacy. And also that SMS creates a lot of additional paperwork. It brings a lot of burden on the safety team and also on other teams within the organizations because of all these additional paperwork and also all these processes that with SMS that you would have to put in place that your teams will have to participate in. So these are the conceptions that I see or that I've heard, like I said before, and maybe you've also come across, or maybe you might have also had the same misconceptions. So I think, and I think when it comes to really all this misconceptions, and SMS, it could be, and I have to be honest, it could be expensive, but it will only be expensive if you are looking at putting up a very big, sophisticated system in place for your operations, which is not always the case because, like one of the speakers said earlier, ICAO says that your SMS should be customized to the size and complexity of your aviation activity. So it's something that's scalable, it's customizable, and one size does not fit all. So when we talk about challenges, right, when we talk about challenges in SMS implementation, I think There's potentially, and again, these are some of the examples that I put up here. There could be more, and we can, I mean, a little bit later, we can look at the results that from the first poll that I put when we started the presentation. But I think there's could be, potentially could be a lack of support from your leadership, and then it will make it very difficult to get resources. And also there could be a lack of trust from your employees, which means that people are afraid to report because they're afraid of repercussions. Because if they report something, they're just afraid that there could be something coming back to them. So that means that even though if you do have a reporting system in place, if you do have a hazard identification or risk assessment in place, which is part of the second element of SMS, which is safety risk management, SRM. If there's no data coming in, then your SMS gets nothing, because SMS needs a lot of data. And if there's no data coming in, then there's no information. There's no data to be analyzed, there's no information, and there's no insights that you can look at, which is a problematic safety culture. But if we look if you look at the other side of this balancing scale here, which is the benefits of actually having an effective SMS, if we can overcome all these challenges, the benefits are the benefits are huge to the organization, and they are long-lasting benefits too. For example, if you have a positive safety culture where there's trust between top management and employees, then hazards and observations or unsafe behaviors will be communicated or reported. And then your safety team can analyze the data to look for trends, identify potential systemic issues, have a better insights into your operations, develop mitigation actions, risk controls to those issues, and then in turn, to save potential costs associated with any incidents or accidents. So now let's check the poll result from the beginning of the presentation. So again, the question was, what are some of the challenges that you face or you've seen in SMS implementation at your organization? And it looks like, let me just exit my full screen so you can see So it looks like our top option here is the lack of support from leadership and also not prioritized, which I would have to say, and to be honest, I think this is something that's fairly common, or at least from what I've seen, or from colleagues, coworkers, friends from the industry that I've talked to, and that is why I think it makes it even more challenging, because like Chairman Samuel said earlier today, that SMS is a top-down business-like approach in managing safety, and to have a positive safety culture, you also need that buy-in from leadership. So I think that lack of support from leadership, it's important. And in the next 5 or so minutes, I'm going to talk about some of the things that we can do, or some of the experiences that I've had to share with you when it comes to getting support from leadership, and also prioritizing it. So I'm going to go back to present mode. So I think the first thing when it comes to overcoming challenges, the first thing that we all need to understand is that again, there's no one size fits all, right? I think there was one question coming from one of the attendees earlier today, asked about SMS implementation or SMS for smaller operations, and how the regulator, how CAM could potentially help them, or if there's a nationwide program that they can participate in. So, and again, because SMS is meant to be scalable, it's meant to be customized to fit your organization, the size, the complexity of your operations. So, for example, if we have a small flight department, a small general aviation, private aviation department with only 2 aircraft, 2 fixed-wing aircraft. Let's say it's 2 Challenger 300s, and you have 5 pilots, 2 cabin attendants, and you only operate regionally. You probably don't need a SMS with a very sophisticated reporting and risk assessment system. So meaning that you probably don't need to spend thousands of dollars to purchase a software to help you to do that. You might be able to do some of that in-house, right? So it's about what makes sense for your operations, what makes sense, what works for you. So the second bullet point that I have here, it's about education. Safety promotion, including education, is one of the 4 components of the ICAO SMS framework. It is the last one, but it's definitely an important one. Again, SMS is a top-down business-like approach to manage safety. So buy-in from top management in the very beginning is so important, because then that will help you to also prioritize it too. It's very crucial to a successful implementation. So top management or leadership, they need to understand the benefits of having an effective SMS and what it can bring and how that can relate to the operations commercial. So what are some of the commercial benefits that it can bring to the business, to the organization? And that comes with education. Also, same thing that goes with general staff, because again, SMS needs a lot of data. If your staff doesn't trust the system, they don't provide you with the data, SMS is nothing to process. It has nothing to look into. So, and also I think to really tackle a problem, we have to first understand what the problem is. So identify what is your particular challenge. What is, if it is lack of support from leadership? If that is that, then what can you do? I think bringing in consultant, it's always one good option if you have the budget, or getting a good, finding a good workshop. There are many workshops that talks about SMS, and they are designed specifically for executives. Those are, I would say, fairly effective. So identify really what your particular challenge is and tackle that, right? So for example, another example is if you, let's say you have the buy-in from top management, or you have the support from leadership, then what's next? Is it the lack of resources? So if it's not lack of resources, then what could be, other issues that you might face, or could it be cultural issue? And again, culture definitely plays a huge part in a successful implementation of SMS. And as again, I believe it was Chairman Samuel that mentioned safety culture was really crucial. Is really crucial to an effective SMS. I think it was also mentioned by Captain Chester Wu as well. So, and having that culture and building out that culture requires a lot of trust. It requires trust between top management and employees, coming down from your leadership. It also, I think, also your cultural background plays into it too. So, as an example, like Korea, it's a seniority-based, has a seniority-based culture, whereas age, position in your family, and job positions, it all makes a difference in terms of how you are treated and how one is behaved, which a lot of the Asian cultures actually share that. For example, Chinese. So if I see my supervisor not following a certain SOP or violate a company policy, I might not want to report it because I feel like, because I'm his or her subordinate. So I don't feel like I should be doing that out of respect. And that could be a huge issue, and that could hinder the development of your reporting culture. So in that case, the trust between your top management and your employees is very important, because you want to make sure that your employees understand confidentiality. It's a very important piece in SMS. Also, data and information protection is a very important piece in SMS. So, and also creating a fair and just environment within your company to allow people to report, it's also a very important piece of SMS. So lastly, I just want to say, we also have to remember that they're very highly likely that you probably already have some SMS elements in place. For example, a reporting system, whether if it's a software or if it's a PDF form or a Google form. That is your system. That is the system that you have, and that is the process that you have, and you have it, and that is an element of SMS within SRM, safety risk management. So you are not starting from a blank sheet of paper. And here is just a list of resources that I myself found very useful in the past when it comes to developing an SMS for an organization. So SMICG, Safety Management International Collaboration Group, which is which was actually founded by the US FAA and EASA in Europe, and also Transport Canada. And it's a joint cooperation between many other regulatory authorities to promote a common understanding of safety management and safety management system and state safety program principles and requirements. So SMICG developed a tool, SMS evaluation tool, which is very helpful, especially if you want to do a pulse check of where you are with your SMS development and implementation. That tool is based on, it's a checklist, and it's based on 4 different maturity levels. And I'm more than happy to share, the links and other resources that I have with AsBAA, and AsBAA can maybe share that with all the attendees. The next one I have is, so a lot of the actually regulatory authorities have great resources too when it comes to SMS implementation, because they do want to help the industry to do that. So, for example, the Australia Civil Aviation Safety Authority (CASA) has a great SMS resource kit. UKCAA has a great SMS resource page, and then also AsBAA International Standards for Business Aviation. Business aircraft operations. It's a standards that developed based on the ICAO Annex 19 SMS framework, and it is developed by the industry, and it's performance based, so it's very scalable for small operations. And last one that I have is Skyberry. I'm sure many of you know Skyberry. Skyberry has a great safety management portal, which has a lot of information and tools on SMS implementation. So this is sort of the last slide that I have of my presentation, and I want to just spend a couple minutes to talk about priority versus values, because I do think it's important to understand the difference and what it means when it comes to safety. So I'm sure a lot of you have heard about, safety is our top priority. You might have seen it in some safety policy or somewhere on the operator's website. And I like to think that safety is not just a priority. Safety should also be a value, because priorities can change. And I believe no matter how much you're promised that priorities don't change, or your priorities will not change, it might not be true. So, and I think there's a difference definitely between when it comes to talking about safety is our top priority and safety is our core value, because value is something that guides your decision. So for example, at Joby Aviation, we are getting into this new space in aviation where we will be operating electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft. And there will be a lot of unknowns for us ahead of us. So having safety as our core value, it's going to help and guide us in doing the right things as we move forward. So here are two quotes that I really like that I just want to share that as my closing. One is from the great Elvis Presley. Values are like fingerprints. Nobody's are the same, but you leave them all over everything that you do. And the other one is from Roy Edward Disney, who is the son of Roy Oliver Disney, who's the co-founder of Walt Disney Company. When your values are clear to you, making decisions becomes easier. And I truly believe that, because like I said, I think value helps guide your decision. So if safety is your core value for your business, then it will help guide you to make the right decision. And that is it. Thank you. And I think with that, I'm gonna pass it back to Anthony. Hi. So we have three questions from the participants. So the first question is, the effectiveness of SMS is dependent on the system that is in place in the organization, which is in turn depends on the size and complexity of the organization. So for airlines or manufacturers, this is fine because they have the capacity to establish a good SMS system. However, for BA and GA, this is a challenge because of their size. Access to data and support resources. Hence, based on your experience of working on SMS implementation programs, what do you think is the best way to capitalize on the benefits of SMS? So that is a great question. So thank you for the question. I think you're right. I mean, definitely when it comes down to resources, big airlines definitely have some advantage on that. I would say I can share from my past experience. I think it really comes down to, because I have worked in small operations too, where there's only 2 aircraft. And then I've also worked in operations where we have 150 aircraft on the fleet. And it comes down to what makes sense for you. And I think if I can just also read the second question, and then I'll answer both at the same time, because I think they're both related. So the second question is in most cases, SMS is seen as just a paper exercise that is required for an organization to maintain its NAA approval, be it AOM, ATO, or AOC. Hence, without a scaled up solution, I don't think the objectives of SMS can be achieved. What are your thoughts? So I think I'd like to just sort of combine these two and talk about what are some of the things that we can do, and what are some of the resources out there that we can use too. So and I think the first question, the person that submitted the first question, you're right. For small operations, it is a challenge to access data and get the support that you need. But I think within our community, there are a lot of things that we can do, and a lot of programs are actually set up specifically to support small organizations to access data. So for example, GE Aviation, they have a FOCA program or FDM, Flight Data Monitoring Program for corporate aviation, where they provide the support and analysis capability to small operations or small operators that are interested in setting up a FOCA or FDM program, whereas they will anonymize the data, and they will anonymize the data and share the data amongst these operators with them, so you can see where the benchmark is within your operations. Well, not just your operations, but look at sort of the entire sector, or people that also participate, the operators that are also participating in the program, just as an example. So there's also some other resources out there where you can access data. Again, I think AsBAA is a good resource, or NBAA in the US, that's also a good resource. And the FOCA is just an example, and for that particular person, if you would like to talk a little bit more about that, I'm happy to kind of exchange emails with you. I can share an email with you, and we can talk more about that, because I think there are some great resources out there that are very supportive and for smaller business aviation and general aviation operators. And then for the paper exercise question, I think right now there's actually a lot of work being done within ICAO when it comes to scalability. So one example, and also from the industry too. So an example is that I'm on a working group for safety management guidance for designer manufacturers and maintenance organizations in the US. And there's a subgroup that specifically talk about scalability, because we realize that it is an issue, and we realize that we know that is a problem, and we are trying to address that problem, and we want to be able to develop guidelines that can really help smaller operations to build a SMS that makes sense to them. And again, like I said, SMS doesn't have to be very expensive. It's not something that you will have to spend $50,000 US dollars a year on getting a system in place. That's not really what SMS is about. SMS is about having what processes make sense for your organization. And taking the reporting system as an example, right? If paper makes sense for your operations, there's nothing wrong with using paper form as your reporting system. And if your organization starts to grow, If you need something a little bit more sophisticated, or if you need something that's a little bit more efficient, then move on to finding some other solutions, maybe a software solutions that can help you out. But also that would make sense for you. It doesn't have to be like an airline grade solution, right? So hopefully that answers your question. And again, I am my contact. I'm available to chat more, and I'm happy to share my contact with all of you. The last question is really quickly. I know I'm out of time, so really quickly. The last question is, how do we measure just culture in an organization? So I think when it comes down to measuring culture, it's very difficult. It's difficult to measure culture, but within SMS, there's an element within safety assurance, which is setting up, which is safety performance monitoring, that comes down to setting safety performance indicators as SPIs for your organization. So, for example, one SPI that could potentially be related to just culture, or can help you to really measure or understand what your reported culture looks like within your organization, would be the number of hazard report, which is a proactive report, versus the number of occurrence report, which is a reactive report. So I think because, again, if employees have the trust within your organization, then you would expect, and you should expect, to see more hazard reports or more of these proactive reports coming in versus the reactive reports, which is the occurrence report, which is when something happens. Then there's policy within the company and also regulatory requirements that you have to report those. So again, hopefully I answer your questions, and I think I'm over time, and so with that, I'd just like to say a final thank you to AsBAA for giving me the opportunity to speak at this event, and yeah, and I hope AsBAA will have a great event tomorrow and for the rest of the day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, greetings, everybody. I'm Tom Huff from Gulfstream Aerospace here in Savannah, Georgia. And it's great to be with you all today for this Asian Business Aviation Association Safety Forum. Really great presentations by Joanna. Really appreciated her comments about implementation of safety management system and the challenges. And I'd like to key on trust and leadership and culture, especially for what I'm going to brief here, and that is flight data monitoring, which would be supportive of your safety assurance efforts and that component of your safety management system. And really, trust is vital to make sure that this program works the way it's supposed to. I also appreciated Chairman Sumwalt's comments at the kickoff of the session today about flight data monitoring. And this was a comment from Steve Dixon, our current FAA administrator, about successful safety management system and using flight data to help your proactive safety efforts. This has been talked about over and over again, but these are one of the things that become a bit challenging, because if you don't have trust that the system is going to work the way it's designed, then you're not going to get the support in the program that you'd like to have. Just a couple of quick definitions here so that we're all on the same page here. You've heard FOQA, which is Flight Operations Quality Assurance. CFOQA, which came after commercial FOQA, is just corporate FOQA. FORMS, Flight Operations Risk Management System, is Gulfstream's branded version of FOQA. And Gulfstream was one of the first, if not the first, to provide a manufacturer FOQA program. To collect the data off the airplane, we have a quick access recorder, sometimes referred to as a micro QAR. And in the more modern aircraft, we have aircraft health and trend monitoring systems, which look at far more data that comes off the airplane. And the unit is simply the physical box that captures all that data. And then from the human reported information side, I wanted to touch on ASAP, or Aviation Safety Action Program. And this is a very powerful tool for the human reported safety data. And not just from air crews. This can also be from maintenance folks as well, or anybody within your organization. Now, this is what the QARs look like, the physical component. It's got an SD card that's removable, or you can download the information with a cable and a laptop. We're seeing some technology come online that allows you to do this wirelessly, which makes this much easier. And there's some very good, capable, and sophisticated playback capability as well, which allows you to see your data to be able to be played back if you had a question, or you get your reports back from what we call the service provider, and that's the person that the data is going to and processing the information, providing you standardized reporting. Now, the AHTMS is really kind of the state of the art here. We're talking about the ability to automatically download the file and transfer it to your service provider. And it can look at many more parameters and actually do diagnostics for component failures as well. Now, what we have seen specifically in our forms program is the longer people are in the program, the better their safety performance. In other words, what gets measured gets improved. And I think that goes without saying. See, this is just some notional data here, but you can see that this operation has shown some significant improvement in events, whatever they may be, over time in just a matter of a few years. And again, as Joanne mentioned, this really hinges on having an effective culture within your organization and that trust that the program is going to be working as designed. And we'll touch on these things as we go through these. Here's an example of some of the data for unstable approach, or the parameters that are used to define unstable approach within a FOQA program. And generally speaking, we have caution or warning events. Obviously, the warning events are the more serious, but you get a flavor here for the things that are the most egregious in terms of approach stability. And these are the things that the type of data that could be very useful for your focal gatekeeper. And this is the person within your organization that is your trusted agent that is looking at these reports and maybe can interface with a training officer within your organization to provide information back to air crews in a non-disciplinary, non-punitive manner. And this is critical because if the air crews do not trust that the information is going to be non-punitive, then you're simply not going to get the effects that you really are looking for here. But in this case, for instance, maybe you're looking at a significant number of events for high-rated descent on final approach. Well, that would flag that, and you might want to develop some mitigations to try to address that specifically. In terms of maximum rate of descent on final, here's an interesting chart with some data, and I believe this is about 4 years worth of data that was captured here. With rate of descent on the vertical axis and height above field on the horizontal axis. And some of these data points should get your attention. We're looking at very high rates of descent close to the ground. You can associate this data or correlate this data with the type of approach being flown, whether it's non-precision or precision, and where the minimum descent altitude or decision altitude is, and what type of descent rates are being observed here. And which indicates, obviously, that something may be going on here which destabilize the approach that you may want to try to address. I'm not going to go over all of these, but these charts will be available, and I wanted you to be able to get a snapshot of all the different things that are in the parametrics for defining approach stability specifically. And of course, there's so many other criteria that are available in the data set that you can review, but you can see that there's a caution and warning threshold level on these, and this is how they are defined. And so you can, when you get your data, you can take a look and see where that threshold is between the warning and caution events. Continuing on with some of these limits, obviously we're going to look at course alignment as well as horizontally and vertically, and also speed control. And these are very conservative parameters too, by the way, in most cases. So for instance, fast approach, even if you have your airspeed additive for crosswind and gust, usually that's up to 20 knots, and you can see you only tickle a caution threshold at that point. Here's one thing that I always suggest to operators is to really promote the human reported data as well. So an ASAP report that would be correlated to a caution event with your FOCA data would give you a more broad picture of what is actually transpiring here. So if it was a very gusty day, then you might tickle a caution event for fast because you're carrying an additive. And we're getting to the point where we're going to have the weather data fused with this information, which gives you a complete safety picture for the types of approaches being flown. So here's another example for long landing and basically into the landing phase from the approach phase. So if you saw this data come back over a period of time, you see a significant number of long landings, and you could correlate this with particular airport, particular runway. That gives you the opportunity to actually address it and figure out what's going on. These are the types of things that could get you in trouble with the runway excursion, and so obviously they're quite important. For long landing limit, here's just a graphical depiction of how far down the runway the long landing criteria is. So you're not going to get false alarms in most cases here, and so you can look over a 4-year period here on this notional data, and you can see an increase in the event rate for long landing. Well, this would be an easy issue to identify and try to get some reasons for the why behind why we're seeing long landings. Same with threshold crossing. Obviously, depending on the approach and the runway, there is some variance in the threshold crossing height for different approaches, but that's all accommodated. And so when you see this type of trend then this gives you something to work with. It's a data-driven approach to try to specifically address some of these concerns that would potentially cause issues with destabilizing the landing itself. And so here's just a couple of examples of the thresholds for unstable landing. And you can see this is quite conservative. So trying to find out the why behind why we're landing as long as we are, if we're having that problem, or why we're not at the appropriate threshold crossing altitude, would be something that the gatekeeper could look into. So here again is another data set that you might see, and that's altitude at threshold versus the distance from the threshold. And some of these outliers are quite startling on this data. And this would really cause some alarm if you were really seeing some of these outlier data points and want to get to the bottom of that. But again, you have to do it in that non-punitive way and as part of your investigative work and the work that your gatekeeper would do as the trusted agent. But this would give you a visual depiction of where the data is falling and where the areas would lie. So here's some more flight operations events that I wanted to briefly talk about. We implemented a new data parameter in terms of the flight control checks. Now, Chairman Sumwalt mentioned the Bedford G4 accident where the crew attempted to take off with the gust lock engaged, and the QAR data that was recovered showed that over the course of 170 plus flights, there were no or just a couple of flight control checks completed. And so the NTSB had a hunch that this may be more prevalent than just the Bedford crew, and they were correct. We actually did a project on this, and I'll show you a chart here in a second. That news wasn't good, but it's gotten better. And again, what gets measured gets improved. So now you have this parameter to look at in your data set, and crews are paying more attention to it now. But you can see there's all kinds of information here, and as Joanne mentioned in her presentation, you got to have data to work with in order to really be able to address the issues and seek greater improvement. And if your culture is set correctly, then your crews are really going to be interested in this data and their performance and want to improve. So here's the flight control check, and I just wanted to highlight this particular one. I know this is a busy slide, but again, we just wanted to provide you with these parameters, and you can see the different pieces of information that you would get out of your reports. Again, the caution warning events triggers are conservative, and so it's not just about having a full flight control check, but it'll trigger whether you have a partial. And we have learned some things about this flight control check, just as an example, and that is that you have to, in some aircraft, dwell a little bit at the stops, doing a full flight control check to make sure that it actually registers a full flight control check. But now with that awareness, crews' behaviors are different, and so they are more in tune with making sure that the flight control check is complete. As I mentioned, the NTSB actually directed a recommendation towards the NBAA Safety Committee and wanted us to go look and see if there was a more systemic problem with completing flight control checks within corporate business aviation. And so we looked at quite a bit of data, 140,000 plus flights worth over a 3-year period, and the news was not good. And so we published a report on this, and the trends did improve, which is good news. And again, like I said, there was a lot of awareness now to the way the aircraft record the data and the reporting that was coming out of the service provider in terms of the caution warning events. But that was good news. But at first we were quite alarmed because there were several flights that we didn't see any flight control checks at all. And that's not what we want to see, because that just exposes you to the potential of not detecting a locked flight control prior to departure. So here's another example on threshold crossing height and the ability to actually export some data, depending upon your service provider, into Google Earth or other georeferenced images to help visually depict the data, which can help air crews. In this particular case, we're looking at unstable threshold crossing height, maybe that it's crews are diving after they get the runway in sight, as opposed to going for the aim point and landing within the touchdown zone. These things can really help you work with crews and change behaviors in terms of how they approach both the approach phase as well as the landing phase for a safe touchdown and rollout. Now here's a couple of just some interesting pieces of data, and these are actual data that were captured here in terms of usage of HUD in maintaining approach stability. And you can see that, and it's intuitive, that approaches tend to be more stable using a heads-up display. When you're looking at the information out the window, provides you a better means to maintain path and energy with all the information you need right there, and you're not splitting your scan to a primary flight display and then out the window. Same with autopilot usage. This is, I think, intuitive for most people, and we've heard about this in terms of our manual flying skills deteriorating, especially in the pandemic, and that's been a concern. And this is being looked at from an aggregated data set to see if there's performance issues based on crews getting a little bit rusty in the cockpit. But anyway, you can see that obviously we're seeing more unstable approaches hand flying the airplane as opposed to using some level of automation to include just auto throttle alone, autopilot alone, or both. Now, there's several service providers, so you can shop for who you want to provide your data collection and analysis and reporting, and many of these can handle multiple airplanes and multiple airplane types. So the other thing too that I always encourage operators is to engage with the service provider if you have ideas for the types of parameters you want monitored. And many service providers will actually tailor the reports for you. And moreover, they will actually change the caution and warning levels if you like. Now, just a bit of caution with that, in that that makes it a little bit more challenging than to compare apples to apples if you're looking at your operations against like airplanes and like operations. At the very beginning, we talked about human-reported safety data and correlating that information to your digital data. This is really quite powerful. So here in the States, we have the Aviation Safety Action Program. There's also an air traffic control version of this, and that data is coming in. And this is very helpful, not just for the classic altitude bust or, a lateral deviation and a quote-unquote get-out-of-jail-free card for air crews if they think there's going to be a deviation reported against them by air traffic control. Yes, it's good insurance policy. To me, it's a no-brainer. You should have it. But that's really not the real intent here. It's really about collecting that safety information, as Joanne mentioned, so that you have that intelligence to work with. And then you have a better picture, a clear picture of what's really happening, not just the what, which is generally speaking what you're getting with your digital data. But that gives you the ability to do that trending, as I mentioned. I wanted to mention the aggregated data and the fusion with other sources. Here, the FAA has a program called the Aviation Safety Information Analysis and Sharing Program, a very, very powerful program, both on the commercial and corporate side. We have, I believe, over 130 corporate operators now that are involved in the program. And basically, all you are doing is electing to have your data forwarded to ASIAS to aggregate with all the other operators that are participating voluntarily. And we're getting very, very powerful information, and this information is used to actually change arrival procedures, approaches, looking at hotspots around metroplexes. There's all kinds of information that we can use to actually improve the system as a whole. There has been zero data privacy or security issues with these programs. So that's one of the things that you hear a lot about besides cost with doing a FOCA program is data security and privacy, and that has not been an issue. So again, if you are following Joanne's advice about how to implement your safety management system, and you have the culture set correctly, you have leadership support, top-down support for your safety management system, then FOCA will be a very powerful tool in your safety assurance kit as part of your SMS. With that, just wanted to quickly put a plug in for technologies, and obviously this will aid in safer operations. It's not directly related to flight data monitoring, but at the beginning there was a Gulfstream video that was played that showed our new Symmetry flight deck with some of the features that we think really add to safety. Active control side sticks, so both left and right pilots know what each other are doing. Dual heads-up display, so whether you're flying from the right or left seat, and corporate pilots tend to fly from either seat, and it's good to have that heads-up display information on both sides. 10 touch screens, which were designed really for operations in turbulent conditions, so you're not getting misselections while you're operating in turbulent conditions. Different views, ergocentric, exocentric displays, fly-by-wire, and all the protections that affords. Really just some impressive technologies that are out there that can aid in the safety of operations, especially in the unique operations that are business aviation. Within this chart pack is both my contact information and Julian's information. So if you want to reach out to us, happy to engage with you on any of the issues that or topics that we talked about today. I'm always eager to talk about safety management systems and the challenges in implementing safety management systems. But Joanne pretty much hit it right out of the park. So I think that was a good compliment to this presentation, because those elements, as I've mentioned, are so very critical. That trust in the system to work as designed to get the safety benefit that you're looking for is so critical. But with that, I'd like to thank AsBAA for the opportunity to present today and turn this back over to Anthony. And I think he's going to queue up a few questions, if you have any, that I'd like to tackle. Okay, it looks like I'm back with you to address a few questions, and looks like we have two, and they're basically along the same thing, and that is there's recognition that the charts that I showed this evening or this afternoon in your part of the world were great because there's obviously an abundant and rich data source, and I think this happens a lot that folks think, okay, I fly heavy iron, so this is much easier to capture this data. The systems are already there. There's STCs that are available to install this type of equipment on the airplane, or it already comes installed and ready to use. I just need to activate it and get a subscription service going with a service provider. And so the smaller operators flying maybe general aviation, light general aviation airplanes feel like this is not for them. And I would suggest that that's not necessarily the case, that their miniaturization and Moore's law is working in our favor. The ability to capture data off the airplane is getting easier to do. It won't have the same level of sophistication. So in other words, maybe we're not capturing control positions, but there's so much other data that we can still use that's very useful. Even what they call breadcrumb type of data loggers are available to include using just an iPad in your Cessna or Piper, your light general aviation airplane. You can still get valuable data in a logger format, and you can still submit that data to the AsBAA program if you like. A lot of the commercially available programs already have the ability to play back your data. So you can post-flight kind of debrief yourself. Let's just say that you're a single pilot operator and you operate your own single pilot capable aircraft, and you have maybe a Garmin G1000 display that has the ability to capture data. And you can download that and put it into a system and play it back on your own desktop computer. You don't have to send that data off necessarily. But here in the States, in our case, you can actually submit that data to AsBAA. And in fact, there are several universities that are currently doing this with their light general aviation fleet, Cessna 172s, Piper Warriors, and that data is going into a larger aggregated data set. So yes, I know that there is some frustration out there that maybe there's not systems available for light general aviation or the smaller business aviation consumer, but we're getting better. There's a camera called, or a system called the Apereo Vision 1000. Now this is a pretty clever device, and I'm not promoting any single company or product here, but just as an example, that has an attitude heading reference system embedded in it. It's not technically crash survivable, but it does have crash hardening. And so you get audio, you get video, and you get digital data from the AHRS that you can download on an SD card, and I think they have their own proprietary desktop playback tool. So that can be very powerful as well. Again, you just have to have your safety priority straight to have an interest in actually doing it. Now, one thing that I'll add that I didn't mention directly in my presentation is the benefit of capturing this data from a maintenance troubleshooting perspective. Now, a lot of people don't talk about that from a flight data monitoring perspective. They think about it in the classical sense of the other parameters that we're looking at. But this can be very, very helpful in trying to troubleshoot a maintenance issue on the airplane, when switches were activated, when certain alerting messages came or were suppressed, and those timelines can help maintenance technicians troubleshoot the airplane. So that's another benefit of using some sort of data recorder on the airplane. But hopefully I answered the question, maybe dispelled a little bit of the myth about the ability to participate in a flight data monitoring program from a light general aviation or a smaller department business aviation entity. I guess we'll go back to Anthony because I'm not seeing any other questions come in the chat. No problem. I enjoyed it.
Thank you, Mr. Tom.
Thank you, Anthony. Next, we'd like to welcome Captain Norazman Mahmud, Director of Flight Operations Civil Aviation Authority of Malaysia, for his session on the implementation of a safety management system. Welcome, Captain Norazman.
Assalamualaikum and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Captain Norazman. I am from CAA Malaysia. Thank you, AsBAA, for giving me a chance to talk in this forum. Okay, it was a bit last minute for me. I knew about less than 48 hours ago to actually make some sort of presentation about safety management system and data collection. But I was lucky because last Monday, CAA Malaysia was talking about this to the helicopters community, be it from commercial, GA, and private. Okay. Safety management system and the data collection, as you know, data nowadays is actually gold. So with data, you can do a lot of things. So part of it is basically we can collect, we can analyze the data and then make a good decision moving forward from the data that we have. Next. Safety performance management basically is a key requirement. Is one of the part of the components of the SMS. So if we actually collect the data and manage the data properly, we can have a very well-informed decision to be made, and with all the data-driven decision that we make. And of course, we can achieve this through identification and monitoring of all the SPIs, and that ideally link to the organization objective. Okay, next. The effective activity of the management safety is basically depending on the data collection, analysis, and of course the overall management of the capabilities. So if you have a good system that you can compile all the data, you can actually make a very good decision from the data that you collect. A simple example, when you collect all the data for bird strike occasion, if you have bird strike, a lot of bird strike in September of the year, certain days, probably, and then it only occurs from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. So to gather this data, so actually is you need a systematic thing to actually group this type of occurrence together, analyze the timing, and probably we can evaluate and then disseminate the data to everybody. And probably most of the people will try to avoid or reduce the operations during that period when the bird migrations is going on. So this is one of the example how the data, we can make decision based on the data that we gather. Okay. Next. Right. The chain, I mean the process is basically we call it SDPS, Safety Data Collection and Processing System. Okay, and this schematic is available in the ICAO document 9859. Okay. So in order to achieve effective safety performance management, safety data has to be gathered, have to be sorted, stored and recovered via safety data collection processing system. And then ICAO Annex 19 actually provides guidance to develop and maintain the effective method for the collection, their recording, their formulation of actions, and for hazards in the operations. Okay, I think as it's been mentioned that different type of operators have different type of hazards. So basically, I think the previous speakers also spoke about you can tailor actually what kind of data you want to capture, what type of data you want to analyze, specifically tailored to your organization. So the SMS is can be tailored to individual operators, be it a GA, be it a commercial, or even private. Okay, this data is then turned into useful safety information by completing various processing and analysis tasks, part of which is the recovery of useful information to determine whether or not the various SPI are on track. So you set some target, safety performance index or something, and then with the data you can compare whether you are actually meeting the target. Are you above? Are you below? What you're going to do? So with this data, you can actually make a timely or good decision in avoiding such a risk. Okay. Next. So effective safety management depends on the effectiveness of the safety data collection, analysis, and management capabilities. So therefore, a solid foundation of safety data information is basically the fundamental to safety management. And organization should ensure that its personnel is qualified to collect and store the safety data. Normally, big organizations, they have a special training for people who actually handle this data to ensure it is secure, to ensure it's collected properly, segregated properly, and analyzed properly. And I think some of the latest system that they have, some of it has some artificial intelligence capabilities, which is actually can predict. Okay, it is essential actually to establish mechanism to ensure that we capture and the storage data on hazards and safety risks, and also a mechanism to develop information from the stored data, and to actively exchange safety information between service providers and other states as appropriate. Okay, as a governing authority, we are, like Malaysia, we are guided by ICAO. ICAO also have a system which they call SIMS, Safety Information Monitoring System, where they collect all the data from the states, from the operations of the states, and they analyze it. They share the information between the ICAO members so that we can actually pinpoint what type of risks and hazards that exist in the aviation community. So this is a good tool. I'm not sure whether the GA world can actually access this information in the ICAO, but I think if you are a member, you probably can access it. But being in CAM or CAA Malaysia, we will actually share this data that we get from ICAO to the public through our website. So further down my presentation, we will segregate some of the safety information through the class of importance, so we can actually share the information to everybody who are actually in aviation. Okay, and ICAO also introduced a provision across the annex, the PANs and documents requiring states to establish a reporting system. That means to collect all the safety data and safety information. Same like Malaysia, we call it MOR, Mandatory Occurrence Report, where any of the occurrence must be reported to the regulators, to the authority, and then it goes to same channel from the AIB, Accident Investigation Bureau, and also shared with CAM. Okay, but like we said before, the type of SMS or data that it depends on the operators. So each organization basically will decide what safety data and safety information needs to be collected and how it should be collected. And this is to support the effective safety performance management, meaning, I come from the airlines background, so I might not really know what is in the general aviation line. But with this type of information, so I'm also learning from general aviation and the private sectors, besides what is going on in the big operators like the airlines and stuff. Okay, next. Okay, safety analysis. What does it mean? It needs maturity. A safety management system will only perform effectively if the safety analysis is the primary element. Okay, the objective of the safety analysis process is basically, like I said before, to extract useful information from the stored data and then display the information using graph, scoreboard or whatever, dashboard, presentation to the managers and also to the aviation players. Okay, meaning you need to have a big pool of data. You cannot do maybe 1 month or 2 months of data and derive to something. It's the same like I think the current one when we have a COVID vaccine or something. You cannot test it in 1 month or 2 months. You have to have a very broad testing ground. So the same like in aviation, you have to have a very mature and a big data pool to actually come up with a good decision to avoid bigger risks. Okay, next. Okay, from the analysis, these are some of the examples that actually can come out from the analysis. Okay, we can have actionable safety information in the form of statistics, graphic, dashboard, and stuff. Allow decision makers to compare information to other groups, information sharing. Evaluate valuable informations to a large and mature organization which reach safety data. That means you can learn from the bigger players as you are building up your organization. Control or compare to help draw conclusion from the safety data. That means you probably see other people, what other people are doing. Are they doing good? Are they doing bad? I mean, and then of course, everybody wants to follow the good one, okay? And the application of statistics, computing, operation research, the result of the safety analysis should present the safety standards that we have. And of course, finally, I think one of it is basically to be able to give the information to the decision makers to make a safety, data-driven safety decision. Okay. Next. Okay, the type of analysis of safety data and safety information also allows decision makers to compare information with other groups, and the common approaches is through descriptive analysis, inferral analysis, and predictive analysis, as illustrated in the figure. Predictive means you are proactive, like the bird example just now from the data that you have. Okay. Next. So reporting of the analysis result. Next slide. Okay, this is what I mentioned earlier, the type of information that you want to share. We basically categorize it into 3 categories, which is imminent safety alerts for transmitter to other states or service providers of safety hazards with potential outcomes that could be catastrophic and which require immediate actions. Meaning, if you don't react now, something catastrophic can happen. Okay, and the next one will be safety analysis report. This is the report where usually present quantitative and qualitative information with a clear description of the degree and the source of uncertainty involved in the analysis findings. This report may also include relevant safety recommendation. So basically, this is more of advisory things. It is not necessary for you to follow, If it suits you, you can use it. If it doesn't, then probably you don't have to. And the next one is safety conferences for the states and service providers to actually share the safety information and safety analysis results. Then that can actually promote collaborative initiative lah. We are working with other states as well. Same like the regulators, we are actually working together with other states. For instance, a simple example is RAM inspection, where we actually inspect all the foreign carriers that came into our country. And the same thing when we operate into other countries, we are also inspected. This is also to ensure that the operation will be safely conducted into the respective countries. Okay. Next, data-driven decision making. The main purpose basically for safety analysis and safety reporting is, of course, to make safety data available to decision makers who are empowered to make decisions based on the presented data. So basically, the big decision makers, they need a solid evidence, a solid proof that the decision that they make, it is based on something. It doesn't just come out from their pocket or from their mind. That means they have to depend on a good data to basically come up with a good decision. Effective safety management depends on the decisions that are made to be transparent, accountable. When you make decisions, you have to be accountable, fair and objective, justifiable, defensible, which is very important, reproductive, executable, and also pragmatic. Right. Next. Safety information sharing and exchange. The sharing and exchange of safety information, like I mentioned before, is basically very fundamental in ensuring consistent, fact-based, and transparent response to safety concerns of the state and global news. So if we collect data and then we don't compare, for all you know, your data might be useless. So you have to keep comparing and then keep questioning each other whether this data is valuable, this data is valid or not valid. So by doing a comparison in this state, you can actually have a very solid data and that can be used. Okay, then the safety can be further improved when the safety information is shared or exchanged. Okay, you ensure consistent data, like I mentioned. Consistent data-driven and transparent response to any safety concerns at the global, states, and organization levels. Okay, next. Safety performance indicators and index. This one I touched a little bit. So before this, when we set a target, we set an SPI, we can monitor with the data. Okay. The safety performance measurement will be more powerful management tool if it's focused on the areas and determine the overall safety success. This of course will vary from state to state and from service provider to service provider. Of course, it takes time to develop and drive the safety improvement from it, but it's also a very crucial measurement that whether you are meeting your target, you are below, you are above target, and then you have to review whether you are doing it correctly or not. Okay. Next. Monitoring of safety performance. Once the organization safety performance structure, the safety objective, indicators, the target and triggers has been established and is functioning, it is essential to have a mechanism for monitoring and measuring organization safety performance. Safety performance management is an ongoing activities. You have to keep collecting your data. The set of safety performance indicators and safety performance targets selected by organization must be reviewed periodically. You must see whether you're above target, you're below target, and whether you want to set a new target with the data that you collected. Okay. Next. And of course, part of it will be aviation safety reporting. Historically, accidents are often preceded by safety-related incidents and deficiencies, thereby revealing existence of safety hazards. Okay. Therefore, safety data is important resources for the detection of potential safety hazards. In addition, while the ability to learn from the accident is crucial, a purely reactive system has been found to be limited, right? This is what I'm talking about proactive decision making from the data that you collected. Next. Then come the mandatory and voluntary reporting. Okay, safety reporting normally caters for both mandatory and voluntary reporting. Mandatory safety reporting system is aimed to capture all the valuable information about occurrences, including what happened, where, when, whom, and how do you address. Mandatory safety reporting system will provide for the capture of some specific hazards which are known to contribute to accidents. Okay, the timely identification and communication of which is considered valuable. For example, meteorological condition, volcanic activities, bird activities, and things like that. And voluntary safety reporting systems are established to collect safety data and safety information that is not captured in the mandatory reporting system. Okay, this report can go beyond typical incident reporting. Voluntary report tend to show latent contents, organization error or SOP or something like that, such as inappropriate safety procedures, regulation or human error. And of course, voluntary incident reporting system should be non-punitive. We have just culture, I think, being practiced in most of big organization where they protect the reporters that reports any hazards or things. Okay, and finally, the effective effective management of safety is basically highly dependent on the effectiveness of safety reporting, safety data collection, and analysis. And of course, we have talked about monitoring your safety performance indicators. Okay, I think I'm approaching my time. I still have 5 minutes. That's all I want to share today. Thank you again.
Thank Thank you, Captain Nur Azman, for such an insightful presentation. Today we learned a little bit more about safety management system. They are a great lesson for all of us here. Thank you, sir. And now let's move to Q&A. Let's take a minute to collect any questions, and we can start whenever you are ready, sir.
Okay, thank you for the questions. The questions I received, the question is a bit long, but basically, the GA and the private operators are mentioning that their operations are very small, and the private operators as well. The operations are very small, and compared to the big operators where they have a big pool of data. This is what I mentioned, I think, was in my presentation, where we share information. No matter how small is your data, how you think it is insignificant, it is probably significant to the friend beside you. So if we can pool all this data together, combine, let's say we have 10 small GA operators, it is probably equivalent to, a small airline with 10 aircraft. So do not think that gathering the information and sharing the information is insignificant, even though you are small. So collect it, share it. We are always open to get any informations that you can give us, especially from the regulator point of view. You see, we want to actually, I wouldn't say deviate. Without law, we are lawless people. But we are here to actually ensuring safety. So if you see something that is not safe and you didn't do anything about it, it might involve somebody very, very close to you. My CEO has made a very, very valid point. Basically, the life is the same, whether you operate in commercial, whether you operate in general aviation, whether you operate in private operations, the value of the life is the same. So it's the same value of the information that you gathered from the small operators. You might think it is insignificant. It is so small data that we can contribute. But if everybody start contributing, bring up the issue, the hazards that you think is applicable to everybody, why not share it? You see, that is my take. So we always welcome this the information that you're going to share with us, so that we can facilitate, we can help the general aviation sectors and of course the private sectors. Okay, the next question is basically punishable. I read out the question. Mandatory and voluntary reporting is also a challenge because the belief, if I report, I will get into trouble. Okay, although we say it's just culture and non-punitive, the reality is different. Okay, I can give you a very good example from the organization that I came from. It is a big organization, and we practice just culture, and we have anonymous reporting system. Only a certain key members of the management actually have access to the people who are actually doing the reporting. We didn't call it a whistleblower, but we encourage people to report. So yes, it takes a lot of mindset change, basically from the years that we practice, to actually not to say like the statement said, punish the reporters. It can be a valid report. So the first step is basically to actually validate the report, investigate the report, and act on the report, not actually targeting the reporter. And then it works nicely. I mean, in my previous organization, it works fine. So it needs a little bit of mindset change. And of course, the key members of the management is basically responsible to guide this, to ensure that the reporters are protected. Right? I hope that answered the questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Nur Azman, for taking time to answer the question. We really appreciate it. We thank you again, Captain, for being with us today. And now let's get ready for the next speaker. I will pass back to Anthony in Hong Kong.
Can you change? Good afternoon, everyone. Before I start, I'd like just to make sure that my audio is working correctly. So can anybody hear me okay? Okay, thank you. So we've just heard about safety through the perspective of safety management processes. This next presentation is about the OEM perspective, the aircraft OEM perspective, and more specifically, how we use technology, how we implement technology in the airplane design to contribute to safety. So before I start going into the details of our technology, maybe I will need to take the next few minutes to remind or explain a little bit about the company, about AsBAA Aviation, and share the specifics of this company so that you have a full appreciation of where our technology comes from and how we bring it to market. So just a few words. The company has been in business for over 100 years. We built our first airplane in 1918. And when we look at the Falcon business jets, the first key milestone is really the flight of the very first Falcon, which was in 1963. So again, 100 years of operation and close to 60 years of business jets activities with the Falcons. The company itself, if you compare to other OEM, is relatively small. It's about 10,000 employees worldwide, with 8,500 in France, where we have actually a joint design office dealing both with the military programs and with the Falcons. Same for flight test activities. The same flight test pilots fly both types of airplanes. We do some manufacturing also in France, as well as in the US, where we have approximately 2,000 employees who are dedicated to Falcons and to the completion. So all the interior and the custom finishing of each individual aircraft. When we look at our technologies and how what we brought to the Falcons, we can't do it without looking at the military programs, because that's the nature of the company. As I just mentioned, we have unique and single design teams who work both on the military and civil aircraft. So I will expand a little further in this presentation on what we did on three topics. The first one would be general flight deck design. Second would be flight control system, and third will be heads-up displays. When we look at these technologies, one of the drivers over the last 20 years, I mean, for the technologies that we've been introducing over the last 20 years, has been the Rafale design. So the Rafale is the current frontline French fighter for the French Air Force and the French Navy. Most of the design, and I should say the core design activities, were performed in the 90s. And there were a number of design considerations which were quite similar to what we have on the Falcon. So that's why I just wanted to share these similarities. The first one was the need on both airplanes to maximize the situation awareness for the pilots. So if you look at the flight deck design on the Rafale, we came up with a layout where the heads-up display is the primary flight display, with all the flight, I would say the basic flight information, and it's combined with a high resolution tactical situation display, which is at the center of the flight deck between the knees of the pilots. So this combination was meant to provide full-time situation awareness. So the tactical situation display is focused at infinity as the heads-up display would be, so that the pilot can switch back and forth between heads-up and heads-down. In addition to this situation awareness consideration, the point on the Rafale was also to ensure that we would minimize the time allocated to the pilots, allocated to the basic flying of the aircraft, so that the pilot would be free to deal with the specifics of the mission and with much more complex aspects of its mission. So in terms of airplane design, basically we've introduced a series of multifunction touchscreens along with shortcuts which give access to the pilots within 2 clicks to the most commonly used features of the aircraft. And that's how you control the airplane, again, within 2 clicks. In terms of aircraft automation also, we've worked a lot to make sure that the flight control system of the airplane would minimize, again, the pilot workload, and especially in critical phases of flights, such as landing. So the airplane is equipped with a flight control system which is flight path stable, and it's also auto-trimmed, which you would expect, I would say, on a fighter, which has very large speed variations. And you will see that that's a feature also that we find on the Falcons. In terms of fighter controls, you have a side stick on the right, and on the left, there is a single throttle controlling the two engines of the jet. So enough with the military. Let's discuss what we do in terms of technology on the Falcons, and more specifically, what we've done over the last 20 years. The first topic I wanted to address is the design of our flight deck. In 2003, Dassault introduced a new generation of flight deck, which was built from the Honeywell Epic building blocks, but which was extensively customized to the Dassault specifications. And we came up with a flight deck which was named Easy, and which has been further developed over the last 20 years, and which is the standard flight deck for all the Falcons produced since that time. So it may look quite common today if you compare to other flight deck, but again, keep in mind that this was 2003, so just after this core development on the Rafale. So the key features of the flight deck are first the layout of the four screens, the four main screens, which are organized as a T shape, where basically the center two screens are meant to promote CRM. They are meant to promote working as a team between the two pilots, because that's where you want to share the information and have a common source of information when it comes to key navigational information. So that's where you find the moving map, that's where you would find the aircraft synoptics and all other sorts of information. On the sides of these center screens, you find two individual displays, which are specific to each pilot and replicated, I would say, to a certain extent in the heads-up display. So these are the primary flight displays where you find all the short-term information necessary to fly and control the airplane. Another key factor in the design of the Easy Flight Deck is that we wanted to move on from the idea that you would fly the airplane using pitch and using aircraft attitudes. So everything in the Easy airplanes is designed around the idea that you fly the airplane flight path. So if you look at the primary flight display, which is illustrated here, what you see, there's no more attitude indication, there's no more attitude flight director. Everything revolves around the flight path vector. And same for the flight director, in addition to which you find energy management information with an acceleration chevron and a thrust directors, similar to what you would find in the heads-up display. In terms of overall pilot interface and overall cockpit design, also a strong emphasis was put on streamlining the pilot's operations, the pilot actions in the airplane. So making sure that the pilot could access every function commonly used within a couple of clicks. And we did that just like on the Rafale, using quick access menus and shortcuts, but also organizing the various controls in the flight deck so that the pilot would have predefined flows of actions for each phases of flight that could be remembered and that could become very natural after a few hours. In addition to the electronic checklist and the graphical synoptics, we've also redefined the way the pilot would interface with the flight management system. So Easy introduced a flight deck where there was no more MCDU. With Easy, since 2003, you control your flight management graphically, whether it's in the moving map, directly in the waypoint list, or through dedicated pages, which are organized by phases of flights. And the idea is to provide pilot inputs, pilot controls, consistent with the standard workflow of the pilots. So you would input your settings for the departure in the pre-departure phase of flight, select the runway, select the SID, input the weather, the wind especially, compute your V-speed, and you would be done preparing the flight management system before departure. That's the spirit. One last key design factor in the Easy Flight Deck is the fact that the Easy Flight Deck in 2003 was introduced with a growing number of automations in the airplane. So we wanted to make sure that at any time the pilot would retain the best awareness of what the airplane automation was doing. And you find that in the way the guidance panel is designed. The guidance panel is designed, it's organized the same way as your, what we call the FMA, so the automation mode information in the PFD, in the primary flight display. So if you look from the left to the right, whether it's on the guidance panel or on your primary display, you would find the same information, starting from the left with all the speed, the throttle, the engine, the energy information. Then you would find the lateral navigation and then the vertical navigation. So again, a very organized cockpit that really echoed what we had designed on the military programs. The next feature that was rolled out and which cascaded, I would say, from the military program is the way we implemented fly-by-wire on the Falcon business jets. Flight control systems are quite essential to Dassault as a company. I mentioned the fact that we had been in operation for more than 100 years. Dassault has its own division dedicated to flight control systems since the late 1950s. I believe today, at least in the business aviation world, we are the only OEM which produces and designs its own flight control system in-house. If you look at our flight control system, you have to appreciate the experience and the various steps we've been through to fully understand why we made the choices that we made. If you look at fly-by-wire implementation on the Dassault programs, basically the first airplane equipped was the Mirage 2000, which flew in 1978. Through the 90s with the Rafale, we transitioned from analog fly-by-wire to digital fly-by-wire. And then 2005 was the first business jet in the industry certified with digital flight control system, and that was the Falcon 7X. Another step that I will further mention later on during the presentation deals with the flights, the first drone, the first fully automated airplane flown by Dassault. That was in 2012. The drone is called the Neuron. It's a European project. And Dassault was in charge of the design of the airframe, of the flight control system, but also of the initial test flying of the aircraft. Now, if you look at how this technology can be implemented, you will find variations. You will find differences among the various OEMs, which echo different levels of refinement, but also different design concepts implemented by each OEM. The first level that you would find in the fly-by-wire is a basic replacement of the mechanical connections between the pilots and the aerodynamic control surfaces. And that provides you with basic control of the airplane. The next level is to use these wired connections to bring some a little bit of smartness or intelligence, I would say, in the design, and use this design to mitigate basic aerodynamic effects associated with the use of your aerodynamic control surfaces, such as induced roll or other effects which every pilot is quite familiar with. The next level, and which is the most commonly implemented in the industry, is to use your fly-by-wire to also add protection within the flight control system against excursions from outside of the flight envelope. So you would find protections against overspeed, protections against stall, and in some cases, you will also find protections against excessive number of Gs, so excessive structural load that could result from maneuvering the airplane. The next level, which is not that frequently implemented in the industry, is to use the fly-by-wire to give control directly of the airplane flight path, of the airplane trajectory. And so you no longer control the attitude, but you control directly the aircraft trajectory. And I mentioned the fact that we had implemented this sort of design on the Rafale. That's also the design philosophy of the Falcons. since we moved on with digital flight control system on the 7X in 2005. So on the Falcons, equipped with DFCS, with digital flight control system, basically, you don't control attitude, you don't control individual surfaces. What you control with your side stick is directly the airplane flight path. In addition to this direct control over the flight path, the Falcons feature something very similar to the Rafale in the sense that they are auto-trimmed. So from the Falcon 7X, it's true again with the more recent Falcon 8X, and moving on with the next generation of Falcons, there's no more pilot trimming. The airplane takes automatically care of trimming the airplane as the speed varies, as the wing configuration varies, it does it for you. In terms of crew coordination, there's a side stick for each pilot, obviously, and there's a series of mechanisms which are meant to ensure that there's only one pilot flying the airplane at a time. So there's a series of alerts, oral warning, but also tactile warnings, where the side stick would vibrate. But there's also a priority switch so that a pilot can take over control over the other pilots at any time, and ensure that his side stick is the only one affecting the airplane trajectory. I mentioned that the airplanes were flight path stable. So what does it mean? It means if you look at basic climbing, a basic climb climb of the airplane, how would you achieve that? Basically, you would just pull out the side stick, and then you would set a desired climbing path. And then you would release the side stick. As long as you don't touch the side stick, the airplane will automatically maintain the climbing path that you've set with the side stick. As you approach leveling off, to level off, basically you just push the side stick until the point where your flight path vector aligns with the horizon, and then you release the stick. And the airplane is going to maintain this level flight. Even if you change the wing configuration, or even if you change your speed, it's going to maintain the level, but also it's going to trim continuously the airplane to account for any change to the airplane configuration or speed. How does it contribute to safety? Well, we all know that approaches and landings are prone to incidents, and it's really a matter of keeping control of the airplane through this very dynamic phase. And as an industry, we've all embraced the benefits of approach stabilization. Well, flight path stability and auto-trimming are direct contributors to this approach stabilization. If you look at a typical final approach scenario, basically the first action would be for the pilot to set a descent path, pushing on the stick. And illustrated here on the right, you will see that the flight path symbol is set to a 3-degree descent, overlaying the synthetic runway. And basically, as you push on the stick, as I just explained on the previous slide, the flight control system is going to use whatever control surface is deemed the most appropriate to achieve this 3-degree descent angle that you've set using your stick. Then, as you fly these descents, typically you're going to decelerate all the way down to your V approach, to your approach speed, but you're also going to change the airplane configuration. You're going to extend the gear on the Falcons. Since we have slats, the slats will also automatically extend as you select the first notch of flaps, and then you will further extend your flaps all the way to the approach configuration. As you do that, and throughout this approach, the flight control system will automatically auto-trim the airplane and work on maintaining the 3-degree descent angle or whatever descent angle path that you've set. So basically, it's going to relieve the pilots from. It's going to reduce the pilot workload, I would say, associated with the basic flying of this airplane in this very dynamic phase of flight. Now, what's coming next? I just wanted to mention the Falcon 6X because that's the next Falcon, and it flew It's made in flight actually 3 weeks ago, so I couldn't go through this presentation without mentioning it, but also because the Falcon 6X implements some slight but still significant changes to the flight control system design from the previous Falcons. And again, what you see is technology, flight control technology inherited from a military program, which is the Neuron that I mentioned earlier. Basically, what's common between the two airplanes and what's different from the previous generations of Falcon is that both airplanes are equipped with multi-purpose control surfaces, which we call flaperon, which can serve as flaps, as ailerons, but also in certain configurations as air brakes. A key change also in the design is the fact that the nose wheel steering will be further integrated into the flight control system. So just like on the drone, which need to be automatically controlled even during taxiing, landing, but also takeoff, taxiing, takeoff and landing. The idea by implementing nose wheel steering within the flight control system is to make the transition between the ground control and the aerodynamic control when you're about to get airborne or just after landing, is to make this transition as seamless as possible and to help the pilot retaining control of the airplane through these transitions. So enough said about flight control system. I'd like to conclude this presentation by expanding on a major technology breakthrough in the world of heads-up display. Again, heads-up displays are not new to Dassault. You may think of the military airplane, but actually, even if you look at Dassault civil aircraft, we implemented the first heads-up display in the 70s on an airliner called the Mercure, which was produced just before the first oil crisis, and which again was the first Dassault product in the civil world to feature a heads-up display. Through the 90s and the 2000s, heads-up displays were also implemented on the Falcons, and they were mostly geared towards low visibility operations. So they were capable of Cat 3A operations. So they had a very specific flight guidance integrated as part of the heads-up display, which would support hand-flown Cat 3A approaches. These generations of heads-up displays also supported the first generations of enhanced vision systems. So with the addition of forward-looking infrared cameras mounted in the nose of the airplane to help with weather situations during landing. And that's where we made a major breakthrough. In 2016, Dassault certified the very first combined vision system in the industry. So by combined vision system, we mean that we display in the heads-up display at the same time synthetic vision and enhanced vision from the camera. Another aspect which made it an industry first is the fact that this system was the very first to feature really the next generation of EAVS camera, which was a major technology breakthrough from the previous generations. And last but not least, what we did with this heads-up display echoes what we did 10 years before with the Easy Flight Deck. By implementing the idea of phases of flight in the heads-up display, because you don't want to see the same information when you're taxiing the airplane on the ground, or when you're taking off, when you're in cruise, or when you're on final approach. So basically, the heads-up display automatically adjusts the information presented depending on the phase of flight, so that it presents the most relevant information to the pilot. So I try to expand a little bit on this combined vision system. Well, basically, the idea is to mix the benefits of the computer-generated synthetic vision, which provides you with an all-weather situation awareness, because it's not limited by weather, it's computer-generated. It provides you with terrain information, obstacles, but also various navigation information in the heads-up display. The challenge with the synthetic vision is that it's computer generated. So you don't want to rely on this synthetic vision today to go all the way down to the runway, all the way to the ground. And as you approach the ground, what you want to see, what you want to confirm is the real life. And that's where the camera kicks in, and that's where the enhanced vision provides its value. And so that's how the enhanced vision is integrated in this combined vision. Basically, the enhanced vision is prioritized around the runway, your destination runway, but also at short range ahead of the aircraft, because again, it's going to show you the real world. So if there's an airplane sitting on the runway, it will show you this airplane as you approach the runway. If you look at the camera itself, I mentioned the fact that it was a major breakthrough. It's again an industry first, featuring actually 6 sensors integrated into the same camera, 6 highly specialized sensors, which provide signals which are fused into one single video, which is the video feed into the heads-up display. The benefit is that the camera performs in a much broader, much wider range of weather conditions than any other camera already available on the market. But also, it was the first camera, enhanced vision camera on the market to be able to detect LED lighting systems, LED lights, which are being implemented more and more frequently. Last but not least, the Falcon Eye camera offers an unprecedented resolution, which helps the pilots understand the image presented in the heads-up display. If you look further into the benefits also of the synthetic vision, the synthetic vision basically helps by offering various symbology that you can add and that you can overlay with your natural vision. So that's what we call augmented reality. And I just selected an example for this presentation, which is the symbology surrounding your destination runway. As you're on final approach, the heads-up display is going to show not only the runway, but also the extended center line, and also a series of markers ahead of the runway, which are meant to help you locate, as you are transitioning from IMC to VMC, help you locate in the heads-up display, looking outside, the approach lights as you come out of the clouds and as you're coming out of the fog. The next step for Falcon Eye is going to be something that we've seen on the airlines for several years already. That's going to be the dual heads-up display configuration. So Dassault believes that it's a superior configuration for any sort of advanced heads-up display or EAVS operation. And the key benefit is that it's going to restore a symmetrical situation awareness between both pilots. Until now, we only had a heads-down repeater, which do not come even close to a second heads-up display. Also, one of the other benefits is that it's going to help with the heads-up display training and the learning phase for the pilot monitoring. For the pilot non-flying, they will still be able to use and to experience the HUD while they are monitoring the flight. I'd like to conclude this presentation by a video from a test flight conducted on one of our test airplanes in Istres, in the south of France.
The sun is going down at Istres in the south of France, and the Dassault Flight Ops team is hard at work prepping a Falcon to take me on a different kind of night flight. Our mission commander is test pilot Philippe Ribourg.
I am ready.
Okay, we go.
Sitting in the right seat, Olivier Ferrer.
Big one. Rotate.
We leveled off, and I slid in to the left seat, the one with the best view by far. Normally, it's hard to beat Mother Nature's offering, but not in this case. This head-up display made me green with envy. I was seeing the world through the Falcon Eye system.
We provide to the pilot a very good feeling of where he's going, and now we put that in the head-up display, and added with the EVS, we have the best picture we can get from the runway when you land with very low visibility.
We were on our way to Chambéry-Aix-les-Bains Airport, nestled in the French Alps. The north-south runway is ringed by mountains on 3 sides, the dreaded Box Canyon. But with Falcon Eye on this pitch black night, the treacherous terrain is as plain as a clear day.
As soon as you descend with the head-up display, you are aware of this mountain. You can see them because of the SVS. And as soon as you get below the clouds, the EVS will give you image from the ground. Even at night, if you have fog, you see the lights coming from the approach lights.
This flight plan going to Chambéry.
The circle to land approach to runway 36 is sporty, to say the least.
Go to that point, which is the VOR of Chambéry, at 6,500 feet. Then we turn right to intercept the axis, descending 5,000 feet, and we do the ILS with a slope of 4.5 degrees down to 2,000 feet.
So we got on our toes and set up for a low approach. On final, I kept looking around the HUD to see how the other half flies. Literally a night and day difference.
It's a big challenge to go to very low altitude and to see the lights and continue to land. Without this system, you will go around for sure.
Dassault has always been a leader in head-up display and infrared technology. It stands to reason for a company with such deep heritage in the world of supersonic fighters.
We are former military pilots, so we know very well that military technology. We push a lot to go in that direction because we think that helps a lot the business aircraft pilot to fly safely his aircraft.
In fact, it seems everything about this aircraft is aimed at making pilots feel at ease in adverse environments.
Boy, I like the way this thing flies.
Philippe let me take the stick on our last approach.
Yeah, I will tell you to start to flare. A little bit to the left, please.
Yes.
Okay, here we go. Okay, you can flare. Good, not too much, not too much. Okay. Excellent. Very good.
I managed to grease the landing, but flunk the taxiing.
Oh, goodness, what'd I do?
You just push R. You just push R. I forgot to tell you that. You just push rudder left and right and brakes on the top.
No. My apologies.
There's only so much technology can do.
I'll let you taxi.
Well, so this concludes my presentation, and so I think I'll give the floor to Anthony before he can address any question you may have. Thank you. So it seems that we have a couple of questions, and so thank you for these questions. First question that I'm going to read out loud for everyone to have it. The built-in advanced technology systems in the Falcon are great tools for enhancing safety. You have the machine managed. What about man and processes, which are the main elements in any air operation? So that's a good question, and I'm going to limit, I would say, my answer to the perspectives of the aircraft OEM, because I feel that's where we have our expertise, I would say. So how we as an OEM can we further contribute to this general safety in any air operation, in any operation of a Falcon? Well, that's also something that I haven't mentioned with when presenting the Easy Flight Deck. Something also that we did with Easy is that we developed a full comprehensive set of operating procedures, recommended operating procedures. We appreciate the fact that most of our operators are very small companies with limited resources, limited expertise when it comes to defining adequate operating procedures. So now you have hundreds, I would say, of pages, not only for abnormal and emergency situations, but also for normal operation of the aircraft, including special operations, steep approaches, noise abatement, departures, and everything. And so the idea was to provide these to the operators so that they could standardize their operations. So that was really a key development since we've introduced Easy, which is still going on and which is expanding over time with the experience that we gain, with the feedback from the fleet, but also as we investigate or as we review the findings from investigations, from incidents and from safety events, I would say, in the fleet. If we look at the man, so I would consider the pilots because that's where that's the kind of profiles I'm the most familiar with. There has also been significant developments in terms of pilot training. So Dassault does not operate, we do not operate our own training organizations, but we rely on two major training vendors, which are CAE and Flight Safety. In the late, between 2005 and 2010, Dassault implemented also a Falcon training policy manual. And the idea was, again, to control or to, I would say, standardize further the training that the Falcon pilots would receive in any of these Falcon training facilities. So I feel that's probably the answer that I can give, again, from the OEM perspective. The second question deals with maintenance, and so I will probably have limited expertise on this one, but I can expand a little bit. How advanced is Falcon with built-in maintenance solutions? So we've had built-in solutions, and we have a very advanced built-in maintenance solutions on the Rafale. So again, there's a combination between the military and the Falcon programs. So things cascade progressively. But the limitation that we have in the implementation of broader built-in maintenance is the generation of systems that we see on the airplane. So if you look at the airplanes equipped with Easy since the 2003, the avionics itself is very integrated, has integrated troubleshooting. And then if you compare the various implementations of Easy between different generations of Falcons, you see that integration, we go further into this integrated maintenance with every new generation of Falcons. So if you look at the most recent, the Falcon 7X and the Falcon 8X, which are much more computerized, they have a much deeper integration of this built-in maintenance in the Falcons. The next generation with the Falcon 6X, I mentioned that it flew for the first time 3 weeks ago, will go much further, obviously, and will have dedicated computer, I would say, but also interfaces for the maintenance crew to expedite, I would say, the troubleshooting, and which I think is essential as we are and bringing more technology and more complexity in the design of the airplane. So we definitely need to implement this built-in maintenance solution further with each generation of airplane. Okay, I think we're done with the questions. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Arnold, our platinum sponsor. Thank you, Anthony. Our next topic is continuous training for safe helicopter operation by Captain Patrice Berdemus. Captain Patrice, over to you. The floor is yours, sir.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Captain Patrice Bredemus. I'm with you from Johor Bahru. First of all, thank you for inviting me at this Malaysian Virtual Safety Forum. It's really a pleasure as an operator to be invited and to talk about safety, and especially in this case to talk about continuous training for safe operation. I prepared a small PowerPoint presentation to, let's say, try to discuss and to bring, I would say, the debate from let's say, a theoretical approach to a practical approach. And I will try to concentrate my speech on talking about training. How can training help us to make sure that we stop to have accident, and if we don't stop, at least we minimize the risk. Continuous training or recurrent training for safe operation. I will come back a bit quickly on who I am and what we are doing here. Then after we can start. Okay, I am head of training at Elan Flying Academy. Elan Flying Academy is an ATO, an approved training organization, flight training organization approved by the Civil Aviation Authority. We are located in Johor Bahru. So I think with all my team, we have quite a good expertise in terms of training. Okay, so the point is not to show you that I have a lot of experience in aviation. It's just to tell you that I think I am in a good position to try to talk about training. Let's talk about now first. I would like to show you two definitions about what is recurrent training. One is a FAA definition, and the other one is extract also from the CM. Okay, and you can see that it's quite clear. If you summarize the first one, recurrent training is a form of schedule refresher training. Okay, with a regular basis. Okay, training may be conducted in person with actual flight, or it can be simulated with a practical. At the end, what does it mean? It means that there is system in place. Okay, there is things that need to be done to make sure that the pilots and the crew are well trained and maintain their competency, and they are quite capable to fly the aircraft. That's a theoretical definition about training. Okay, if you come back about training, I would like to let's say to categorize in three different parts. Every pilot starts with his initial training. Initial training is what we say it will be the foundation. This is where you start. This is where you've been trained. You get your qualification, PPL, CPL, ATPL, or whatever license. Then you think you're a pilot. You've been well trained. So on the start of your career, everything goes well. Then if you are lucky and if you can, okay, you have advanced training that can be, let's say, instrument rating or night vision goggles, or advanced training, you go from a CPL, you extend to an ATPL. This can be done directly after the initial training or later on. Sometimes this part, advanced training, disappears. You have some people with initial training and they stop there. Okay, luckily, some people, they can go from initial training to advanced training. Like I said, you have some extra rating on your license. Then comes the recurrent training, and we always forget this part. Okay, everybody thinks it's like driving a car. You drive your car, you learn how to drive your car 20 years ago, and you keep driving your car as it is. But you drive your car every day. So it is like a recurrent training, okay, except if an emergency and something occurs. So really, I think this recurrent training or continuous training, like mentioned on the title of this presentation, is our core business, is the most important part for the pilot. I know it's quite difficult sometimes for the operator to understand the benefit of the recurrent training when it comes to cost. I will talk about this later on. Recurrent training, okay, how can we do some recurrent training and minimize, let's say, the cost and try to be effective? There's three possibilities, three parts of the recurrent training. The first one will be the ground training. Okay, there's a lot of things that can be done on the ground to prepare our pilots, especially right now with the pandemic. Okay, a lot of pilots, they stay on the ground, they have nothing to do, they can just maintain their qualifications, so they are not really, they can be a little bit rusted. So on the ground, there's also simulation and there's the flight. On the ground, what can be done? Okay, of course, like you organize today, meeting, online meetings, lectures, standardization workshop. And I think this ground part, okay, sometimes it's not there anymore. Okay, in some companies, ATO, FTOs, or MAOC, or big companies, they minimize this aspect. Okay, you can have a workshop to talk about a new way to escape the vortex ring on helicopter. At the end of the day, it doesn't cost a lot, it doesn't cost anything, and it can help people to maybe improve their knowledge. So ground training is one part, really easy to do. Simulation, of course, those days it's going to be difficult to take an Agusta 139 to fly 2 hours with 2 pilots just to continue their training, to be current, like we say, and to improve their knowledge and to revise. Okay, I fully understand this. It's like you take an Apache or a Tiger and you go and fly. Cost per hour would be crazy. So those days we developed a lot of solution in CBT, computer-based training, or flight training, synthetic device, simulators, basically. I really think that's enough, but I'm not going to say it's the future. It will not replace totally the flight, but it's a good transition from ground to flight. Simulation, I think, on the recurrent training need to be addressed all the time. Regarding the flight, okay, of course, as an operator, most of the time, flight equal operation equal money. Okay, you need to be paid to do something. But we always forget that our captain, our pilots, they need to be trained. Sometimes you haven't flown for years, okay, in IMC condition, or you haven't done any specific emergency hydraulic failure, auto rotation, and an incident, something occur, and your reflex, you're rusted, you're gonna have a small delay to react. Helicopter compared to fixed wing, okay, so reaction, there's not a lot of time to react, unfortunately, for most of the emergencies. So training, then standardization. Why standardization? Because you want, okay, to keep the same, let's say, standard in your operation. You want all the pilots to apply the same techniques, the same checklist, to make sure that everything has been standardized. The good point when you come to the professional side is that we have annual checks with OPC, LPC to make sure that everybody has been checked. In Malaysia, it's well explained on the FOD. So my point is, a recurrent training is there. Most of the operators, okay, they have the tendency, unfortunately, to take it as the last part. So in terms of safety, when we talk about safety in a book, this approach will lead you on something which is on the paper. Okay, it's SMS, yes, but SMS implementation, SMS, what we are doing on a daily basis to make sure that our pilots are safely trained to fly. Safe operation. I'm going to put some keywords on the board, on the slide, just to as a guideline to make sure that I cover all the different aspects. And I'm sure after that you will have a lot of questions. As a training organization, it's clear that for us, okay, our school established in Johor Bahru, we have procedure, we have highly qualified pilots, we have helicopters, we have simulator, and our day-to-day operation is to train the pilot, is to make sure that our students are well trained on the foundation, on the initial part. Then after they go to the operators, but they forget sometimes to come back to do some recurrent training. So safety, okay, since the beginning, okay, all the speakers, they've been through all the different parts of the safety. Safety in this case and risk assessment based on what? Based on the capacity of the students. Sorry, I say students because I'm a training organization, but based on the pilot to react in case of emergency. At the end of the day, each operator, yes, will have the tendency to say my aircraft is insured. So, okay, I'm going to crash the aircraft. That's a risk. I have an insurance. I can pay. But if someone inside the aircraft is injured or there is fatality, then it's not the same story. Okay, what the recurrent training will come in the middle, okay, to help you to minimize the risk and to increase the safety. I'm sure about this. There is no doubt about this. Expertise, of course. A pilot with 10,000 hours, you're going to say to me, he's a good pilot, he's an expert on what he's doing. Yes, he's an expert on what he's doing. But what's going to happen if something is not, it's something new for him or something that he used to do 20 years ago? Okay, I hope you get my point on this one. I'm not saying that a guy with 10,000 hours is not good. I'm saying that a guy with 10,000 hours maybe forget something that he learned 30 years ago or 20 years ago. So expertise will, so recurrent training, the training, basically the training on the simulator, okay, on the flight will help you to keep this expertise and to be confident. Okay, confidence inside the aircraft. When something goes wrong, we all know things go very quickly. In helicopter world, okay, it's even faster. The time to react in case of an engine failure on a single engine aircraft, an helicopter, is 1 or 2 seconds, okay, to lower the collective pitch. So if you don't practice auto rotation at all, okay, you stay for years, okay, because you are flying, for example, on a twin engine helicopter, and then suddenly you come back on a single engine and you have an engine failure or an engine fire. what will be your time. So to be confident, you need to make sure that when you are flying, you receive, let's say, the good training and the required training to achieve and to fly safely and confident. Stress, of course, we are all under stress, okay? There's operation, our top boss, our management will ask you to fly a lot, to each 1 hour is money, 1 hour need to, so yes, there's a stress, okay? It creates a stress. And if you start to take off because there's a bad weather condition, you haven't flown in IMC for a while, you are not sure about the system, it's a new aircraft, you stay 6 months on the ground, it's a lot of stress because of the COVID-19, you've been grounded for some time. And really, this is one of the factors that the recurrent training can minimize. It can help you to reduce the stress. The stress will be there always. Fatigue, of course, there's a fatigue on board, there's a fatigue, but the fatigue is directly linked with the stress. I really think that someone who is well-trained, happy to fly, not stressed, and is taking the time, some time for him, okay, to improve for himself, to learn something new, okay, the stress and the fatigue will go down. Last 2 points, quality, and I put this with cost. Of course, as an operator with an AOC on helicopter, on like a fixed wing, it's always the same. It is quite difficult these days with a very advanced helicopter or very advanced airplane to accept to give an aircraft for 2 hours just for training to do a circuit or to do emergency. I fully understand this, but you don't have to do your auto rotation on the 139 simulator. You can do it on whatever, on single engine aircraft, which is cheaper, on the R66, on the EC120, on the Bell 206. It will reduce the cost and it will increase the quality of your, let's say, the service you can provide. Okay, so all of these points, if I may say, will help you, okay, it was the title of my presentation, okay, which I tried to take it on the practical side, is really continuous training, recurrent training for everybody, for PPL, for CPL, for ATPL. Okay, you have some PPLs, let's say older, who stay years without having training. They just fly from point A to point B with an aircraft with no idea what's going to happen in case of emergency. I really think this is where we need to look at. For sure, some big oil and gas operator, they have a dedicated training department. They have training captain, they already put everything in place. But we need to go through all of these, let's say, operators of helicopter. I tried to go through all the different points. Before I hand over to Miss Ida, I just would like to say one thing, okay? I've been flying for a couple of years, and I really think that I heard too many times, okay, training is going to cost me money. We have the tendency when things goes wrong and we want to make money, some companies, they have the tendency to remove the training because they think, oh, the guy is well experienced, is well qualified. No doubt he can achieve his mission. He doesn't need to fly. Okay, he can fly without and close his eyes. But unfortunately, when we do some investigation on some of accident or incident, it appears that the guy was unable or not capable to react, okay, on an emergency, on a very stressful situation, something new, or that he did, but so long time ago. So I really think I encourage the operators to look at it, okay? Yes, it costs a little bit, the simulation to reduce the cost. Yes, it is something for the company, but at the end, it's a safety, and your crew will also appreciate the fact that you put some effort to let them fly well trained, well standardized, well qualified, and ready to fly in a good, let's say, easily. So I will be happy to answer any question if there is some. I will pass back to Ms. Ida. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Captain Patrice. Ladies and gentlemen, today we learned that the continuous training is so very important. Thank you again, Captain. And now let's take one question. Yes, Captain, whenever you are ready.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm back. A very good question, because yes, I have I forget one in my brief. I was talking only about pilots, okay? And the question is very clear. When we talk about initial, advanced, and recurrent training are synonymous with air crew, but not necessarily for other people in aviation. Do you think it would be good to make recurrent training as mandatory for all aviation personnel? Definitely. Okay, I concentrate my speech on let's say the flying part, but for sure the crew member or the ground crew, the maintenance are definitely part. Okay, it's the same if let's say an engineer stay for years, okay, without any recurrent training, is a B13 qualified, he can do the inspection, he can release the aircraft, but no training, nothing for 20 or 30 years. Okay, what was valid 30 years ago is not valid anymore. So for sure, definitely, there's no doubt about this. When we talk about initial training, advanced training, and recurrent training, we talk about all the people involved in aviation business, from the ground crew. It's the same for air traffic controller. It's the same for, let's say, all the people who are, let's say, around the aircraft, inside the aircraft, and taking care of the aircraft. Definitely a valid point. And I hope that my speech will help people to consider that the training is not the last part of the process. It's maybe the most important part. Your initial training, how you've been trained, will give you also a chance to start your career. But if after they stop to train you, you get old and things are not so good. Thank you very much for your time. And
Thank you very much, Captain Patrice. We really appreciate that. Thank you. Now, let's get over to Anthony in Hong Kong.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for that introduction, Anthony. My name's Adrian, as was described to all of you. I know it's running a little bit late in the day, folks. I will do my best to catch up as much time and not to leave you engaged sitting in front of your computers for too long. A little bit about myself. I'm a pilot. Been with flying for quite some time now. Began in general aviation and then moved on to business jets. So it's quite a thrill for me to be here to speaking to this community. I work for Aviation now, and we want to come and share some knowledge and experience with all of you. Hope you find it useful. So I am a Senior Manager, Safety Enhancement for the entire group of Asia Airlines. That's 9 AOCs across AOC. Well, it was 9. COVID-19 has done its damage to all of us, I'm sure. We're down to 7 or 8 AOCs now. But we're hoping to come back strong again later this year and hopefully reactivate those AOCs. Not flying much these days, maybe doing a flight every 5 or 6 weeks, which is really hard. Have to keep at the books to make sure I'm up to date with things. I do a lot of training on Zoom. I train safety action group people. I train safety investigators, especially at root cause analysis. I do some investigations myself. And generally, I oversee investigations, risk assessments, management of change processes across the group and assist all the other AOCs across the region with the safety work that they are doing. So, enough about me. A little bit of an overview of my presentation. I'm going to talk about what is organizational culture, talk about the components of a safety culture, how are we going to engineer a just culture in our organizations, and improve the safety culture in our organizations. And we will also be sharing some just culture tools. So, first of all, the most important point to remember is just culture is not no blame culture. Some years ago in the 70s, there was an attempt to promote no blame culture, but no blame culture is impractical. It doesn't make sense. So I want to be clear that just culture is not no blame culture. In some extreme circumstances, people have to be held accountable, and the just culture framework and guidance supports this. I'll share with you this book, which was referred to briefly by Chairman Samwalt this morning. It's a great book. I strongly recommend it. And a lot of the concepts that we will be talking about during this presentation come from this book. So what is organizational culture? Well, there's no real standard definition for organizational culture. There have been various attempts at doing so, but they've all come up with the precision of a cloud, not really there. But here is one that captures the most essential elements. And I apologize for the wordy slide. Organizational culture are shared values about what is important, beliefs about how things are done, that interact with an organization's structure and control systems to produce behavioral norms. That's the way we do things around here. That's just another brief definition of what organizational culture is. And if you join a new organization, which I did 4 years ago when I joined AirAsia, immediately some of the aspects of the culture are clearly visible. How people dress, their rituals, what time they show up for work, how they communicate with one another. But there are also many elements that are hidden below the waterline, which may not be immediately noticeable. It'll take some time before you begin to realize that these elements of the culture were actually hidden from view, but they are no less strong as those things that are immediately visible. Things are like the shared values in the organization, the conscious beliefs among the people, how they evaluate what is good and what is bad, what is right and what is wrong. Also the shared assumptions among the people in the organization, unconscious taken for granted beliefs, the implicit mental models, ideal prototypes of behavior. So let's look at examples of an excellent company. What's an example of an excellent company? First of all, you will see in an organization that has a very strong dominance of their company culture. Everybody practices the same things. Everybody does things in the same way. These are examples of excellent companies. There is a coherence in the company culture. All levels share same goals and values. People have a common understanding of organizational beliefs. They understand what good performance is with regards to commercial interests as well as safety issues. So what are some examples of excellent companies? Well, if you go to an organization and you see the cars all parked in this particular fashion, what does it tell you? Many times people don't immediately see what's special about this photograph. I'll tell you what it is. All the cars are reverse parked into position. And that's a very important piece of evidence about the culture of this organization. It means everybody has a certain level of safety mindedness and they decide to park their car this way. So in the event there's a fire or there's an emergency of sorts, all the cars are able to exit the parking lot in the fastest way possible. There are some offices I've been to here in Kuala Lumpur where I visited, basically oil and gas companies, where this practice is quite common. They don't impose a rule, they don't fine people for parking differently, but people naturally want to do things because they understand it's an important thing to do to be safe. Here are some other examples of organizations that we know have a very good safety culture in their organizations. Mark St. Laurent, a frequent contributor to AsBAA seminars, and I once wrote a paper on implementation of just culture with our friends in Air New Zealand. And we got a lot of sharing from them about their experiences, about their failures, and about how they reinvented the way that they're implementing just culture in their organization. Some of the information I'm about to share with you in these slides come from Air New Zealand. So if we look, you have seen this before. I went through all the videos on your YouTube channel, so I know this has been shared with you in the past about how an organization can be at a different level of safety culture, from pathological, going to reactive, calculative, proactive, and then generative. So different organizations may be at different levels of this ladder. I will tell you that even within a company, different departments may be at different levels of this ladder. And as you go up higher, there is more information being provided to people about safety issues, and there's increasing trust between the people who are working in the system and the people who are managing that system. Another picture displaying the same ladder with some quotations of what would be the attitudes of the people who are in these different cultures. For example, a pathological safety culture would be who cares as long as we're not caught. If it improves and becomes more reactive, they may say safety is important. We do a lot every time we have an accident. Move on to become calculating. We have systems in place to manage all hazards. Proactive, we work on the problems that we still find. And finally, progressive. Safety is how we do business around here. Whenever there's a meeting, people come together to talk. The first item on the agenda is safety, because that is how we do business around here. So this is how the FAA describes safety culture in the FAA's documents. They say the safety culture, I won't go through all these things in detail, is a combination of informed culture, reporting culture, just culture, learning culture, and flexible culture. So all these elements need to be understood, all these elements need to be developed in order for them to contribute to increasing and improving the safety culture in your organization. Here is how James Reason describes the components of a safety culture in his book. The engine that propels the system to maximum safety regardless of leadership or commercial considerations. Hard to achieve. Chronic discomfort in the status quo. Yes, I always irritate many of my friends in the office because I'm always uncomfortable with things the way they are. There's always a better way of doing things. There's always emerging risk. An informed culture from a collection of analysis, dissemination of safety information. A reporting culture, willing participation of the workforce to report their errors and near misses. This is a biggie. Just culture, an atmosphere of trust where people are encouraged or even rewarded to provide essential safety information. Number 3 and 4 are clearly related. Flexible culture, adaptable to flatter structures during critical conditions. For example, when you activate your ERP. Then reverting back to the conventional hierarchy after the danger has passed. And finally, learning culture, willingness and competence to draw the right conclusions from safety information systems, and the willingness to implement major reforms when their need is indicated. So clearly you can see James Reason and the FAA have described safety very similar. So, we're concerned about the reporting culture in our organization because the basis of our MS really comes from reports. If you're getting reports, trouble. So we're looking to improve the report culture in our organization, and we're looking at just culture as a way of reporting our organization. And it's not an easy task. Frank confession isn't high on the list of reactions when things go wrong. That is human nature. Skepticism, as has been discussed in the past, is always present. Trust is always there. People will always be worried about whether they're going to get into trouble or whether they get somebody else into trouble if they file a safety report. These are the real challenges, the real fears that go through the minds of our people when things go wrong, and we need to address them somehow. We think just culture is a way of doing that. Let's look at some examples of reporting culture successes in the industry. I've chosen NASA and British Airways. And both systems focus on indemnity against disciplinary proceedings as far as it is practical. They provide confidentiality and de-identification of safety reports. They separate the safety report handling and staff disciplinary agencies against one another. So the same people are not carrying out both functions. They rapid, useful and intelligible feedback to reporters and an ease of reporting. This is an example of the ASRS website. In the States, the FAA has asked NASA to manage their reporting system. So FAA, being regulators, takes a step behind. To create more trust among the community to file safety reports because it's confidential and managed by a third party. Here is a mission statement from their website. I won't read the whole item, but the lines that are underlined are important. Filing a report is indicative of a constructive attitude. If you're filing a safety report, it means you want to contribute to fixing the problem and making the system safety. Such an attitude will tend to prevent future violations. Important considerations when people are filing reports. Here is the British Airways statement on just culture. It is not normally the policy of the company to institute disciplinary proceedings, but on the rare circumstances where an employee has taken action or risks which in the company's opinion, no reasonable, prudent employee would, with his or her training experience, would have taken. So these are all attempts at successful reporting system to create more trust in the community that they need to submit safety reports, that their confidentiality will be observed, and that if they haven't taken any reckless or sabotage actions, they will be judged fairly. So, how are we going to engineer a just culture? Well, it's a bit of an unattainable ideal, but we need to get working towards that. There are two important facts to consider. It is unacceptable to punish all errors and unsafe acts regardless of circumstances. You will have high staff turnover if you want to punish everybody all the time. It's also unacceptable to give blanket immunity to all actions that could or did contribute to an accident. So, a prerequisite to engineering a just culture is this: an agreed sense of principles for drawing the line that must exist between acceptable and unacceptable actions. And this is, believe it or not, a problem for many organizations. It is not clear among the staff where that line lies. Where do I need to remain in order to be safe? And where will I get into trouble if I cross that line? I've done safety interviews in the past. When I explain to the individual what has happened, their eyes light up and they say to me, "Oh my God, Adrian, did I do that?" They're shocked themselves. So at that time, they were actually not clear about where that line in the sand must be drawn. So the more time we spend drawing that line in the sand, the easier it will be for our people to stay on the right side. So let's give a particular example. You've had an accident. There's been damage to your equipment, injury to personnel. God forbid, and I hope it never happens, you have a fatality. Of course, the first thing that needs to happen is your ERP processes need to be activated. You have to make sure you're looking after your people, your customers, make sure there are no injuries, God forbid fatalities, and then equipment needs to be recovered, and finally reputational damage to your organization needs to be managed somehow. On this subject of people, I will tell you to be very careful. I've had one incident in the past where there was an incident, nobody was injured, everybody said, I'm fine, everybody's okay, you don't have to go to the clinic. One guy walks away, sits at his desk, has a heart attack and dies. So be very careful when people are involved in incidents. They may not immediately show signs of distress. Take the conservative route, send everybody away for a test, for an examination by medical professionals to make sure they stay safe. Now, everybody's emotions are running high. There's been damage. There's been bad publicity. There's significant loss to the company. So emotions are running high. People want blood. Who is responsible? Who do I need to sack? Okay, who is responsible for this mess there right now is a very common reaction, especially here in Asia. It'll be difficult, especially for the safety managers to manage it. You get pressure from above. I want that guy out of this company immediately. Why is he still here? And this is the trouble that you will find yourself in. You have to find a way to manage the situation in a way that is most acceptable, not for that individual, but for all the individuals in the company. So one tool that we use comes from the James Reason's book, is James Reason's culpability tree. It's a process that you go through, and the further right you go through this chart, the more diminished the culpability of the subject, your investigation. I will tell you, it's not something you can do complete in 20 minutes. You need a small group of people, 3, 4, 5 people who've investigated, know all the details of what has happened. Then they come together and very carefully go through these boxes step by step to determine the culpability of the subject you're investigating. Another tool that we use is called a substitution test. And you ask yourself this question: could a different person, well motivated, equally competent and comparable, have made the same error under similar circumstances? Must be determined by their peers. So what I usually do is I pick 3 other individuals, non-managers, non-supervisors, who are about at the same seniority level in the company, doing the same task, and that may not always be possible. And we ask them, we give them the scenario, we ask them, do you think you could have made this mistake too? I have been caught by surprise many times. Many times, management will say, this guy was bad, he did something we should not accept, and then when you do the substitution test, you suddenly discover, oh my God, all 3 guys said, yes, I think I could have made the same mistake. So that's indicative of possible issues in the system rather than the individual. Another interesting concept to keep in mind is the concept of practical drift. Chairman Samwal spoke about this briefly during his presentation. Is that further away from operational deployment, if the individual has been trained many years ago but not received any recurrent training late, there will be a deviation from his performance compared to what is baseline performance. The difference between the two is what we call practical drift, and they can create holes in your defenses, latent issues that lead to incidents and accidents. That is why we throw pilots back in the simulator every 6 months, cabin crew, recurrent training every year, engineers, to bring them back to baseline performance so that practical drift is reduced as far as possible. This is our decision tool. Again, a group of boxes that we start from the top left-hand corner. We go through the boxes, and the top half of the chart gives us the kind of behavior that was displayed by the subject we're investigating. Could be malicious intent, very rare. Could have been reckless behavior. Could have been at-risk behavior or human error. We go to the bottom half of the chart. We give a suggestion of how to manage this individual. We do a last-minute check at the bottom to make sure those habitual people are controlled to a higher level. That's what that bottom box is at the bottom. I'll recommend this book to you. It's called Whack-A-Mole by a gentleman by the name of David Marks, and talks about expectation of perfection among people and how that is expensive for all of us. David Marks talks about the 3 duties. Every employee in every company around the world, not only just in aviation, has 3 duties to accomplish when they go to work. The duty to produce an outcome. the duty to follow a procedural rule, and the duty to avoid causing unjustifiable risk or harm. You may or may not have duty number 1 or number 2, but everybody has duty number 3, the duty to avoid causing unjustifiable risk or harm. David Marks also talks about every employee can display 3 types of behaviors. It could be human error, it could be at-risk behavior, it could be reckless behavior. And in the area of human error, there are slips, lapses, and mistakes. I apologize, I know we're going down a burrow, but really, these things are important considerations because you may be applying these findings on subjects that you're investigating. You need to understand what slips are, what lapses are, what mistakes are. Flips are attentional failures. Highly automated processes are vulnerable to this. Lapses are memory failures. They are less automated processes which are vulnerable to this. And finally, mistakes are failures of intention. That means the individual actually had an incorrect plan, correctly executed, but led to a bad outcome. At-risk behavior, and in the classroom, usually at this point, I ask everybody to put their hands up. How many of you have driven above the speed limit in the last 1 week? Aida, how many? Have you driven past above the speed limit in the last? My hand is up, Aida. Yes, exactly right. We all do it. This is at-risk behavior. And it happens every day. So sometimes our individuals are actually practicing this and they get into trouble. You must understand that it's not necessary, the person had no intent to have an accident that morning, but things just got out of hand. And you need to understand why. Why is that at-risk behavior occurring? And what can you do to reduce the chance of that happening in your organization? Reckless behavior is something else. We don't use the word negligent. Negligent is a legal term. Ideally, we should be using the term reckless behavior. This is a behavioral choice. Exceptional, guys. Exceptional, where people have consciously chosen to disregard and absorb substantial risk and harm to the organization. This is a problem that needs to be managed to a higher level than at-risk behavior. So this is how David talks about how do we manage these 3 behaviors: human error, at-risk behavior, or reckless behavior. David says human error is an inadvertent action, slip, lapse, or mistake. How do we manage this? We review our processes, we review our procedures, we review our training to try to reduce the likelihood of human error in our organization. At-risk behavior, a slightly higher level of behavior. This is risk not recognized or believed justified. Like you driving above the speed limit. I need to be at the theater by 9 o'clock in the morning. It's 8:45. I better step on it, and hopefully nobody will catch me, and I'll make it. It happens all the time. How do we manage this? You have to remove incentives for this. You have to understand what is the incentive at that time, and create incentives for people to behave in a more healthy fashion. Increase their situational awareness so that they realize if I drive above the speed limit, I'm increasing risk to myself and I might have an accident. And that realization, believe it or not, is not common. A lot of people miss that out. Finally, reckless behavior. This is conscious disregard to unreasonable risk. This is the level of behavior that is unacceptable. How do we manage this? We have to take remedial action, maybe even punitive action against the subject that we are investigating to make sure it doesn't happen again in the organization. I will recommend another book to you. This is called The Field Guide to Understanding Human Error by Sidney Dekker. I've been trying to buy another copy of this book. Not easy to get, but hopefully I'll get my hands on one copy soon. But Sidney has created a series of videos on YouTube on the details that contained in this book. I strongly recommend you go and look for it. Just an easy search. The Field Guide to Understanding Human Error by Sidney Dekker. And he literally gives a mini lecture on human error, good value stuff. Sidney Dekker is great. In the book, he talks about this graphic. It's being referred to now as the Dekker tunnel. And he says, when you're trying to understand why your people made a mistake, why did they do this, take the point of view from being inside that situation at the time. Not the outside view, not the hindsight view. And most of the times, investigators take that outside or hindsight view and they get their judgments wrong. You have to put yourself in the position of that person at that time, understand what what made that, the contextual conditions that made the person make the decisions that he did that may have led to an incident or an accident. Here's another graphic that comes from Sidney Dekker from his friend, an anesthetologist by the name of Dr. Richard Cook, about hindsight bias. You know, so when things go wrong, we look at what happened and we take a very simplistic view of what that individual saw at that time, made the kind of wrong decision and led to an incident or an accident. In actual fact, at that time, that individual may have been faced with a multitude of choices that could have gone in so many different directions, and they were considering the safest action to take. Unfortunately, at that time, they made the wrong decision and that led to an incident or accident. So you need to understand all these different variables that your subject is faced with at that time to understand why they made that choice that led to an incident or an accident. Something to consider: good faith, social benefit. I won't read everything on this slide. I will tell you a story. A man pushed this little old lady down. She fell down on the ground and broke her arm. What a terrible thing. It makes everybody angry. How could you do such a terrible thing? Until we found out, well, at that time, there was a 2-ton lorry coming down the road, was going to run her down. So, to save her life, he pushed her out of the way. That is an example of good faith. People actually trying to do the right thing. Unfortunately, it came out badly for them. So you need to consider that also when people get into accidents, you know. Perhaps there was a good faith benefit to what they did. So in conclusion, I think I'm okay. I want to make a note of Joanne and Tom's presentation. I think they were really good presentations. Right? They were really good. And both Joanne and Tom talked about finding the right solution for your organization. I know I'm an airline guy. I come from a large organization, and many of you are in small flight departments, so maybe 10, 15, 20 people. So you may be thinking some of the concepts we talk about can only be implemented in large organizations. As both Joanne and Tom mentioned, not necessarily. You need to find something that works in your organization. And I think the things that I shared with you today are some of the tools you can think about and then formulate what works best in your organization. Remember, safety culture cannot come on with just the flick of a switch. It's going to take time. You may have missteps. Don't lose heart. Start again. Talk to your friends. Talk to us. We would like to share knowledge, share experience, so that the mistakes that we made, you don't have to make. Safety culture doesn't happen by accident. It takes work. It takes a lot of work. It may take a lot of time. If there is misunderstanding among your community, among your organization about what is right and wrong punishment, disproportionate punishment, it can be very damaging to your safety culture. People will assume the worst. Unfortunately, people are naturally cynical, so they think that the worst reasons exist for why an individual was punished. It must be made clear to them. It must be made clear to them before the event, and then when the event occurs, the organization must apply its principles and processes to make sure that people are treated fairly. There's a lot of guidance available out there. I talked about James Reason. I talked about David Marks. I talked about Sidney Dekker. A lot of good stuff out there. Check out YouTube, guys. YouTube's got a lot of really good information to share with you. There are tools available. I shared with you the James Reason's culpability tree, the substitution test. All these things are tools that you can use as part of your policies. If you decide to go ahead and implement these policies, please make sure you clearly document the policies, the procedures, and the practice in your manuals. And then make sure you train your people how to carry this out properly and correctly. You must be clearly documented so that you are able to monitor the correct application of the process every single time. If sometimes people deviate a bit, you need to know about it so that you can pull them back and to follow the process as strictly as possible. I apologize, I've rushed through my presentation because I don't want to delay you guys too much. But I really want to thank Aida and the team. It's such a thrill for me to come back to the Business Aviation Association, where I began my career a long time ago. I won't say how many years. And looking forward to meeting with all of you face to face once we are through these terrible times. Please be safe, everybody. And hopefully soon we'll be able to travel and meet one another face to face. Thank you. Okay, great question. And the question is, on a scale of 10, where would you position the Malaysian aviation industry when it comes to adopting just culture? Wow, what a killer question. I'm going to get shot here if I answer this question in detail. I will tell you different parts of the Malaysian aviation industry are at different levels. Some organization implemented just culture a long time ago, but maybe the practice is not delivering the intended value. Some organizations have done a really good job. They've implemented a process and they're sticking to the process and they have delivered some value, but there is a way to go. As I mentioned earlier, it takes a long time to change culture in your organization, but we all need to take that step. We need to start now. May not achieve before I retire from this industry, but hopefully we can lay the groundwork down so that when our children or our grandchildren are working in that industry, they're working in an industry where there is more acceptance of just culture, better safety culture in the organizations so they can operate safely. So to answer the question, on a scale of 10, where would you position the Malaysian aviation industry? I would say some organizations are at a 2, some organizations are at a 4. All of us need to keep working at it in order to get us up to a 7, 8, or 9. Thank you very much for that question again, and I hand it over back to Anthony over at Hong Kong.